Hello and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. I'm back with significantly improved item level, so I am now capable of doing the 6.4 main story quest. Hurrying favor. His eyes light up when he sees you. Ah, Coda. It's good to see you. Have you any news from old Charlian? We've yet to hear from Ishtola regarding her search for a means to return to the Void. I must confess that her silence has left me feeling restless. Nor am I alone. This Sistinian has also an excess of energy and has been helping train our soldiers with nary a grumble. As for Zero... Oh, is that her? Something the matter? Oh no, Koda's paid us a visit, so I was appraising him of the current developments, or rather lack thereof. Are you heading somewhere? Aye, to replenish my ether. Would you like to come with? Thought she's being a bit more personable. A rare but most welcome invitation, and timely too. I was thinking of venturing out in the city. It would be my pleasure to join you. You'll accompany us too, of course. I have no reason not to. Come then, I have to run to the bazaar first. Do 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 do. I could go to here, or I could go to the... I could go to either the restaurant or the main etherite. So let's go to the restaurant. We don't teleport here that often. Unless I want to buy some drinks, anyway. Merry Merchant. Here with Mr. Zero? How rare to see her with others. Oh. I'm picking up some more spice. Mary had told me to do so before my next visit. Mr. Zero has quite the tolerance, you see. The sisters know we Hanish are fond of spicy food. I doubt any of us could keep up with her. Which is the spice they normally have on hand. Yeah, Mahane can't quite satisfy her, which I'm happy to provide what they need to achieve more rigorous flavors. Now then, variety is the spice of being the spice of life. Perhaps you'd choose something a little extra to blend with her usual. Help keep things interesting. What do you say? Fine by me. I can appreciate nuances of this world's sustenance far better than I can. Colorful array are in the hempen sacks. Tough call. I've had quite a bit of spicy foods myself, from Mexican salsa, Indian curry, Japanese wasabi. I've had quite the variety. Aromatic black corn. Looks like peppers, rusk. Little red husks. Paprika. Coarse yellow flakes. Luminous crimson powder. Citrus. A bit towards the pepper. The corn tickle your nose, the pungent, enticing aroma. One could imagine them an appetizing. Crimson powder. Bright red in color. This is hot just to look at. Likely to use a healthy sweat when consumed. Here are the husks. These tiny gives up a citrus-like scent. Perhaps they imbue dishes with a zesty note. These flakes appear to have been created from a thick root. The sharp aroma suggests a bracing flavor. A zesty flavor sounds good to me. There's a lot of good ones. Give me a quick description of each. Ah, fine choice, but don't take my word for it. Here, have a taste. Zero may wish to observe your reaction. It would be considered a sample in our presence. Bag of spice, a sample of the seasoned greeting. Tentatively place them on your tongue. A numbness grips your mouth. Your reaction speaks volumes. That'll suffice then. Always a pleasure, Mistress Zero, and do give Merid my regards. Our bazaars deal livelier now than in recent memory, let me tell you. Business is booming and not. And thanks heavens for that. I'm meant to leave soon, pick up some more wares from other lands. Mayhap I'll see you on the road one day. If things have changed just since the last big break, I did redo a good amount of my stuff, including trying to make some of my buffs a bit more visible, especially to try and, remind myself to keep Soul So and Harvest Moon ready. I keep forgetting even now. And worst part, that's not because I'm out of practice. Even when I was in practice, I kept forgetting Soul So. I'm pleased to see Zeros become regular and so much as to bring her own spices.
My usual, please. But with this spice.
Of course, Zero. It would be my pleasure. Well, now, this is enough to make a whole kettle of your special curry.
I don't need that much.
Rest assured, it's easy enough to make a serving just for you. Or we could make the kettle and share it. There would be enough not only for your companions but other diners as well. I dare say everyone will be delighted.
Very well. A full kettle, then.
Excellent. We'll prepare it at once.
Might as well have a little bit of a party here.
And for your excellency and our esteemed adventurer, are you happy to try a bowl of Zero's curry? We can make yours milder if you prefer.
Grateful though I am for the offer, I cannot fully appreciate the flavor with this vessel. Another time, perhaps. Do not hold back on my account, my friend. Eat and enjoy.
Well, I'll have His Excellency's helping then, if he's so offered.
Understood. Please, make yourselves comfortable.
Perhaps it's good we get a bit of downtime to just have some fun, have a dinner party of sorts before her having to fight again.
It gladdens me to see you taking to life in Radzathan, Zero. In the area of our cuisine, not least of all. Spicy dishes have long been favored in our sultry clime for their ability to whet the appetite and cool the body. Of course, spices also have the effect of preserving foods, which makes them highly coveted in foreign lands.
And with ice boxes, I believe a rare commodity in this world, spice and stuff to
All of
preserve it are
this has
much more
given
important.
rise to a thriving spice industry, and the wealth it brings has allowed our nation to prosper while maintaining its neutrality.
So you trade your spices? Seems rather more complicated than trading in ether.
Indeed.
In the beginning, this land was no more than refuge for me. But now it is my home, and the people of Radzathan my beloved children. Together, we build this vibrant nation, and naught would please me more than to show it to my sister one day.
Vibrant. Rubicante said the same when he described this world.
That's right, we defeated all four of the fiends, which kind of surprises me at this point. On one hand, I'm glad that they're making dungeon bosses important. After all, Scarmiglione and Onolio was both dungeon bosses, but they weren't treated as any less important than the other two who were actual trial bosses. At the same time, those were the big bosses from Final Fantasy IV. So.
A reminder of all that has been stolen from us. What many who remember doubtless yearn to take back.
Our home is a lost cause. Our only choice to begin anew. In
Right.
this world, where we may reclaim our mortality.
Yeah, they word it in a way that makes it sound like they want to take over our world, but the truth is they actually wish to die. But given the void world is a world without death,
Nonetheless, it's wrong
yes.
to damn another to save yourself. As I told Rubicante, as I found myself moved to speak, I still do not understand what made me feel this way, nor what compels you mortals to help one another. But I hope to someday.
I imagine this recap was a bit more important when for the people who were actually present for these main story events, because there was indeed about a 3-month gap between them, as is per usual for the patches. Sometimes they get delayed or whatever, but yeah, usually it's around 3 months. Still, it is a pretty important part of character for both the Zero Hero and the antagonists. Sorry, I guess I lost my train of thought. I
We
was
too
gonna say
hope
something
that
else,
you will
but
find the answers you seek.
oh yeah, I had seen. Oh yeah, after getting the flashback of
What
Zero's life.
is going on?
What's this?
What's happening?
Compliments of Mistress Zero, the Satrap's honored guest. We are serving a special curry for anyone who wishes to partake.
Oh,
But
non-bread.
be
I love
warned, it
non-bread.
is not for the faint of heart.
Oh, by all means, I'd welcome the challenge. Sisters have mercy. The smell alone is... It burns! It burns!
To better maintain the facade, the alchemists ensured that my vessel was capable of consuming food. However, I fear Zero's curry would test the limits of their design.
Yeah, for a quick recap of anyone starting at this point, Varshan here is technically an avatar or a homunculus created, but basically an avatar homunculus that the dragon Vitra uses to interact with people, since it's a lot easier to do so in a humanoid form than as a huge dragon. As mentioned, he can eat food, but he doesn't have to. It's mostly just to trick people, but now that he's officially revealed himself, it's rather public knowledge that, yeah, Varshan is his avatar, and all that. So he doesn't need to pretend to eat anymore unless he, just wants to.
Apologies for the delay. Please relax and enjoy your meal.
Relax. I don't have time for that. I've been waiting for this.
Sometimes you're just plain that hungry.
Let's replenish our ether.
Half of them all knocked out. Well, I thought the spices we picked were perfect.
I trust you have eaten your fill.
I don't remember if I've had ghost peppers, since I know those are one of the more famous ones. I might have. I know I have had some stuff that even pushes my limits.
I shall have Merit prepare a meal for us to take to Estinian. I suspect he too is overdue a replenishment.
Let's
By
hope he can
this
handle
hour,
it.
he will have retired to his chambers at Magaduta. Come, let us pay him a visit.
Panning over and almost everyone's been knocked out except for like 1 or 2 people. Spicy curries left you slightly flushed and set your heart racing. Whatever challenges await, you're ready to face them head on, and with feeling. 'It doesn't appear to... What's this? Spicy circulation, reforged it by the flames of a truly challenging curry. Well... that didn't last very long at all. I did not expect so many to take up the challenge, but I'm glad to see everyone enjoying themselves. I'm satisfied. Welcome back. Master Estinian, yes, he's returned to his chambers. I shall be happy to escort you. Sounds good to me.
Are you there? We've brought something for you.
I enter.
I was not expecting massive Estinian fan service, but here we are. Well, he's always been a fan favorite. Guess I can't blame them for leading into that.
Squid masala from the Mehane. I thought you might enjoy it.
Masala, eh? I prefer my squid dried. But I'm sure it won't disappoint. My thanks. Idle as I am in our sorceress's absence, I see. I can't offer much in the way of entertainment, but make yourselves comfortable.
Shall we disrobe as well?
No. We simply caught our friend unprepared. He will make himself presentable at once, I am sure.
I suppose we can only handle so much Estinian fan service at one time. But yeah, not often we see him in casual clothes rather than his full armor, but it also makes sense he doesn't need his full armor at this point. We're not expecting to fight after all.
At last. We've been looking for you.
My friends, tell me, were you able to devise a way to return to the 13th?
I believe so. It required a visit to the moon, where I took the opportunity to enlist Orionge's assistance.
Ishtola hath told me all. I should be glad to help you free Ashdaya and put an end to Golbez's dark plot.
If Rubicante spoke true, both Golbez and Ashdaya are on the moon of the 13th. Unlike here in the Source, however, we have no means of making the journey from the surface of the star itself. The technology simply does not exist. Therefore, I propose that we employ a gate to deliver us directly to our destination.
Teleport from one moon to the other, then. Seems like
Is
a
such a
logical way.
feat possible?
If it's possible, yes.
In theory, having once been a single hole, the Source and its reflections share striking similarities in geography. And according to a certain someone who unceremoniously whisked us away to the first, the same locations across the worlds are intrinsically bound. All of which is to say, were we to pass through a gate on the Source's moon, it should lead us to the moon of the 13th. Of course, there is the risk of Voidsent gaining entry to our world. Thus did I decide to seek Urianger's counsel.
Yeah, even the one we had in the underwater sanctum had a risk of void scent coming through it. Hence why it was basically hidden underwater, where they wouldn't be able to escape anywhere.
Both the Watcher and the Loporrits are aware of our proposed endeavor. While they are yet deliberating precautionary measures, they have pledged their full cooperation.
You've been busy. I presume you've also found a way to open this gate.
He's already found a way to open the gate?
Be it in Radzat or Sharlayan, scholars have long cast their gaze unto the endless dark of the void. And so, with harnish insights to augment our knowledge, we have indeed conceived of a promising plan to pierce the veil.
Why are you speaking like Urianger now?
A plan I am confident will succeed, precisely because the moon is our stage. The preparations will be extensive, and we will require vast quantities of ether. After all, our gate must be large enough to accommodate another great worm.
Yeah.
My proposal entails delivering copious amounts of ether to the Tower of Babel in Garlemald. As you will recall, Fandaniel used the structure to destroy the Brand's imprisoning Zodiac.
Yeah. It was managed to destroy all but one. Luckily, the Watcher was able to repair it and get the other one, but unfortunately, it
And
just wasn't
we,
enough.
in like manner, will use it to channel ether to the moon, and thereby open our gate.
Well, at least we can use this terrible tool for a productive use.
I see. Then we shall need someone on the moon for the necessary rituals.
Just so, Your Excellency. I intend to head back anon for that very purpose, as well as to help devise our strategy to deal with invading Voidsent. Along with our lunar allies, we will once again require the assistance of your alchemists, Nidana not least of all.
You just want some time with Nadana by herself, don't you?
May I trouble you to serve as their escort?
Fine by me. The room was beginning to feel constraining.
For my part, I shall oversee the requisite tasks on the star. Might I prevail upon you for your assistance?
If all are in agreement, then let us set to work. We'll open our gate, and we will stop Golbez.
The moon. Patch 6.4, The Dark Throne. I might have lost my train of thought. Yeah, Euros are delicious. I want those. I want them. Them. Nom nom. I cannot thank you enough for your constant support. You have no shortage of allies at your disposal. Going ham. Urianger wishes to depart at once. If one are all ready, let us set forth our preparations to... If I may, I beg a moment to exchange this vessel for its grown counterpart. It's in the keeping of the alchemist of High Crucible. Of course, we shall accompany the thither and thence begin our journey. Alright, so we're gonna go there and head off directly from there. Should probably get another chat block of some sort. Do 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 do. Majin do. Opening a gate is about as difficult as I expected. Is he also doing the same story as me? Might be. Oh, my apologies for the delay. My, that is a striking simulacrum indeed, well suited to the work ahead, no doubt. Allow me to explain Ishtola's plan in greater detail. Yeah, probably good to get everyone on the same page. As you know, we seek to open a void gate in Mare Lamoratorium, that we might gain direct passage to the moon of the 13th. Whilst our comrades labor upon the moon, we must needs accomplish two tasks. The first is the procurement of a substantial quantity of ether, and subsequently delivered unto the Tower of Babel. Said structure was once used to siphon land's essence by the way of the Telephor's spires. Such a method, however, does pose an unacceptable risk to the greater ethereal bounce of a world. Thus, we must seek an alternate means of conveying our requisite resource. Our second task pertains to the use of the tower itself. You may recall this portal to the moon was placed under supervision of the Ilsabard contingent. If we were to employ it to different ends, we must first obtain the contingent's express permission. I should like to believe they would not refuse us. Perhaps we should concern ourselves with the ether problem first. Have you any idea whence we might source the vast quantity needed? Aye, a likely location doth come to mind. Let's make for the airship landing, and there I shall reveal more. Well, it's nice we get to be proactive for once rather than reacting to the villains coming to us. It's happened a few times, but in the general sense, it's just nice to see, I think. Let's see here. Where is it? Airship landing. Here we are. I am most keen to know more of Urianje's potential solution. In the worst case, I was prepared to offer one of my eyes, but it seems it will not come to that. I sometimes come here for the view. It's beautiful. It does feel nice that Zero's starting to make some actual small talk like that. All are present accounted for, then? Excellent. We shall travel to Charlian, and thence seek the nearby Isle of Ham. Near unto the surface of this isle do the rivers of ether converge, the churning energy of the confluence released by the wave geysers. Originally, the Ragnarok was to be powered by ether harvested from the isle, but as you know, an alternate power source was ultimately found for the vessel. Passage unto Ultima Thule, to very limits of existence, was facilitated by not less than the strength of the Mother Crystal herself. As such, the Isle of Ham's vast ether depots remain untouched. We may help ourselves, provided we're able to secure the Form's permission. Again, with needing permission, is nothing so straightforward in this world? Yeah, I'm right with you there, Zero, even if I know why all these things exist. Such is the nature of politics, I peer. And as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have officially disbanded, we are no longer a recognized collective. A somewhat disadvantaged position, bureaucratically speaking. Fortunately, however, there's a recognized and respected body upon which we might prevail. The students of Baldessian. Upon arriving in Charlian, let us seek our friends there at the Annex. Oh nice, they just quick-traveled me there. While Mistress Kryl hath burdens of her own, we may be confident she will do her utmost to assist us. When I last came here, it was to deliver my sire's scales. How long ago it seems now. Oh, his father's scales. His father's Midgard Samir, and he is no joke. I think I mentioned, but he's one of those dragons who's so powerful that dying is basically just a short nap, so yeah. An island literally bursting with ether. That's what a paradise a void scent would dream of. Welcome back, Koda. What brings you here today, and in such colorful company? Greetings, Ojika. In this occasion, we've come to seek the student's assistance in a matter of some urgency. In that case, you want to speak with Kryle. She's in the main hall sorting through her archives. There's a visitor with her at the moment, but it's no one you don't know, so feel free to show yourselves in. Sounds good to me. I imagine she's going through a lot of stuff regarding our adventures with the Myths of the Realm storyline. That being the 24-player raids I've been doing.
Well, now, if it isn't two of my dearest friends. As for the other two, I don't believe we've had the pleasure.
Not in this vessel, perhaps. 'Tis I, Vashan. Though, you are welcome to call me Vritra, if you prefer.
Pay me no mind. I merely accompany them.
I pray you forgive us our intrusion. If you are occupied, we shall call again anon.
It's quite all right. We've just finished swapping all our secrets anyway. Erenfil occasionally comes and shares the latest Gleaner gossip, you see.
Good to keep your ear to the
From
ground, so to
forgotten
speak.
ruins to mysterious relics, if there's aught that might be of interest to the students, he kindly lets us know.
Oh hey, a thing of King Mogglemaw, a poster, I think. And I imagine I wouldn't be surprised if the right text on the right side of it would be the lyrics to his theme song too.
Alas, I must soon depart on an expedition. As I may be away for an extended period, I wish to give Kryle fair warning. Hence my visit today.
I see. There are specimens that want for procuring, I presume?
No, it isn't guildship business, but rather... homecoming.
Or if you're going home, then
But enough about me. You have business too, yes? And I'm in the way.
Far from it. As a matter of fact, we should be grateful if you could stay and share your knowledge of the nearby isles with us.
right, the Isle of Ham is what we need here. Information on here.
We seek a means to travel to the void. There, a man named Golbez plots to invade our world. A man who even now holds my sister hostage.
Guessing Golba's plan is invade, and he doesn't care if he wins or loses. If he wins, then yeah, he gets a new world to play around with. If he loses, he gets to
To
die
that
in a
end,
world that has no
we
death.
require a great quantity of ether, which we understand may be had on the Isle of Ham. We came in the hope of exploring how it might best be procured.
An invasion from the 13th? Must the stakes always be so dramatic?
Yeah, it's like there's one
You
world-ending
have a
threat.
knack for finding trouble.
Yeah,
If
tell me about
cleaners
it.
collected world-ending crises, you could make quite a name for yourself in our profession. It's true the Isle of Ham is a veritable font of ether, but as it's under the Forum's direct jurisdiction, only a privileged few get to set foot there.
Oh, myself haven't.
So if we want to help ourselves to the Isle's ether, we'll need to secure the Forum's permission.
That's gonna be a bit of an awkward conversation. Yeah, looks like the 13th's Void Sen are trying to invade our world. Possibly again.
Very well. The students of Baldessian recognize your endeavors as combating a grave threat to the world. As representative, I hereby pledge our full assistance. Now that it's official,
You may leave the politics and paperwork to me. Our operations remain small, but we shouldn't meet any undue resistance.
Yeah, I imagine the fact. I suppose since the player character's reporting this, we have to. Actually, knowing the guy, he'd probably go, if it was absolutely anyone else on Earth except for the player character reporting this, I'd question its validity, but because it's them.
We are truly grateful.
If I may, according to the original plan for the Exodus, ether collected from the Isle of Ham was to power the Ark. Art thou perchance familiar with the logistics of this endeavor?
I don't know anything about that, I'm afraid. Nor do I think any gleaner would. You might have better luck asking someone involved with the Ark's construction.
Well, I know where they could be found at the very least.
Margaret, for instance. She's a researcher in Charley and Hamlet. I met with her for a job recently, and she mentioned working on the Ragnarok's propulsion system.
Oh, that'd be ideal then.
You could do worse than to seek her out while awaiting the forum's verdict.
We may well do just that. Our gratitude for thine advice, and may this threat be but a memory upon thy return.
You're quite welcome. Now then, if you'll excuse me.
I best start drafting our petition. Go on and find your researcher. I'll contact you as soon as we've made progress.
I'm glad,
Let us
glad
leave
Kryl
matters
handles the
here to
boring
Mistress
paperwork.
Kryl and hie ourselves to Labyrinthos.
And I remember when the previews for Endwalker were here and they hinted at Labyrinthos. All they said was it was underground somewhere. So naturally, most people thought it was going to be the location of the moon.
Right then, time to put our best foot forward. Oh, a pity you can't tidy yourself. I should have had Ishtola enchant you when I had the chance. And what have we here? Later, Kryl, later. You've work to do.
That's going to end up important later, isn't it? Then again, it could be relevant for setting up the next expansion. Then again, they usually start that prep work in the 0.3 patch, so last time... Did anything important happen last time that seemed a bit unusual or unrelated to the main story? Nothing comes to mind right away, although... Warp. Yeah, I really need to start doing these quests. A lot of times these quests really do have interesting world stuff behind them. In fact, one Stormblood quest briefly mentions a strange chemical weapon that was intended to be used but got lost, and it did end up becoming relevant later, so you never know. But I guess it's not a big deal. First person Yaronjay asked about our target immediately told us where to go. Is there a place where you do not have allies? Though not for the first time I've seen it, I remain in awe of the sky's magnificence. Never once did it occur to me such an expensive facsimile was within men's power to create. I believe we have found our researcher. Visitors are delightful. If you require assistance, ask away. It so happens you found me in a post-deadline bliss. Ah, forgive us the abruptness of our inquiry, but 'tis our understanding that thou charge of the Ragnarok's propulsion systems. We'd like to know how the ether harvested at the site of Isle of Ham was to be stored and transported, if the disclosure of such information permitted. With no bother at all, we built special tanks that can store ether like we use casks to store wine. Simple, really. Simple, but quite brilliant in construction. They even rival crystals for etheric capacity. A pity we never got to use them. How muddled and distant the memory. When Doom's deadline loomed large, we extricate ourselves from waste-time mire of work, only ended up in from a waste-time mire of work, only to end up chin-deep in another. I was at one with the world, a conduit for energy creation, but now I'm truly alive. Who would have thought that sleeping in a bed and eating warm meals makes such a difference? I feel positively functional. I dare say it rivals the thrill of dancing in the knife edge of failure. Ha ha ha. Well, it's good to see that they're in such high spirits. Oh, we are glad for you, quite. Though on the subject of the ether tanks, do you know what became of them? What did become of them? For the life of me, I can't seem to remember. Oh, but I do remember someone who might. He should be back by now. Just look for a fellow wearing out for the screams. I've been on vacation, you haven't. Very well, we shall seek out this conspicuous colleague of thine. Our sincerest gratitude, Margaret. And do look after thyself. I imagine they won't be wearing the scientist uniform everyone else is then. Come, let's take this individual attired in a manner suggestive of a recent furlough. Stressed chef. If we can avail ourselves of these tanks, we would be should be well on our way to securing the ether we desire. All is well, I pray 'tis the same in the now. Does not perchance no one recently returned from it? Ah. Oh, I didn't see zero there until it was too late. Whoops. That's definitely someone who's been on vacation. Oh, the face at launch. Our teeny tiny toy boat. How you been, Kota? Are we able to catch a bit of rest? For now, yes. By the way, well, if I don't know about the other tanks, who in Bargot's name would? Or right in me old workshop they were. Alright, that was the blacksmith that helped us before. A pleasure as always, Master Cuckle. I trust thy respite proved rejuvenating. And then some, but I won't bore you with the details, at least not without a drink in me. So, why the interest in our little old tanks? Permit me to explain. This is gonna be a bit of a tale. Ah, damn it, another world-ending threat already. Well, maybe not world-ending, but at the very least, it would be very bad for us. I think I got the long and short of it. What goes without saying, but we all owe you more than we could ever repay. If you need our ether tanks, they're at your disposal. There's just one problem. We need the form's approval to set foot on the Isle of Ham. Up to me, you'd be on the next ship out. But that lot can't wipe their asses unless it's in accord with procedural motions. You may be assured that my backside is immaculate. What you know? Alex thumping da, Master Fortuno, and Scarlark Montague. What a surprise! Pardon the intrusion. The Forum has deliberated your petition, and we have decided to deliver our verdict directly. I would hope the matter of pandemonium's not been overshadowed by other concerns, but that's a discussion for another time. Right, I still need to complete that quest. I'm doing it after this, though, because the item level requirement for this one is significantly lower, so I figure I should probably give myself as much time as I can to farm up tomes and get some new equipment. You have been granted special dispensation to travel to the Isle of Ham for the purposes of etheric extraction on one condition. On account of its rich deposit of ether, the isle is home to throngs of vicious beasts. We ask that you cull any creatures you encounter. Ah, that's practical. That should be an easy one. That's all. Given the vast amount of ether we speak, I expect a far higher price. Oh, believe me, we do not underestimate the value of what you desire. Nay, we simply owe the students of Baldicium and their esteemed collaborators a debt of gratitude, and we felt expediting your request was a suitable way to repay it. Debt of gratitude? We've taken the liberty of arranging your passage to the Isle of Ham. Your vessel awaits in Scholar's Harbor. Then I beg of those ether tanks loaded to their ship. We'll be ready to take them where you need them, assuming it's safe. Then I shall head back to the annex, but should you need anything else, don't hesitate to call. Oh, it teleported me here. How convenient. All proceeds apace thus far, and is thanks to the enduring bonds you forged. It seems the form is like allies say, they help others simply because they want to. A bit more complicated than that, but even they have some emotions to them. Then Master Fortuno and Scholar Montague should personally deliver the glad tidings. We must endeavor to repay their faith in us.
Bound for the Isle of Harm. You look like the ones Master Fortuno told me to expect.
I suppose I do stand out a little bit, yes.
If you're ready to depart, then so am I. Just say the word.
Is something the matter?
I did recruit one other to our party, but he is late to arrive.
Am I to try and guess who it is? Ah! I suppose it's been a while since we spoke with him.
Forgive me my delay.
Thancred? 'Tis good to see you.
If it isn't Varshan, they do grow up so quickly. Urianger tells me we have a host of exciting new tribulations to face. And you must be Zero. I've heard all about your daring do in Garlemald. A pleasure.
Apart from strengthening our company with his redoubtable skill at arms, Thancred may also serve as a mentor in those matters that trouble thee. I speak of the intangible forces which bring souls together. Thancred is possessed of experience both unique and insightful that I am sure he would gladly share with thee. Thou needst but ask.
I think I know what he's getting at, yeah. The Ether font is now accessible. New duties available. No matter what, we must return to the void. The acquisition of this ether is but the first step. Does not strike me as the mentoring sort. Social struggles aside, Zero seems more than capable of handling herself. Still, I'll aid her in whatever capacity I can. Not remaineth to bar us from the Isle of Ham, let us set out forthwith. I'll use an NPC party for this. Let's see here.
Together then.
Looks like he can be all three, but well, Uranger is only allowed to be an Astro. Although, I believe if you, I believe for the level 88 trial in, for the story, he can also be a damage dealer if necessary. Like if you're playing a healer yourself. Oh, 605. I thought it was like 615. Well, no matter. I'm a bit overprepared, but that's fine. The Northern Empty, the Ether font. Nice. Love it. By which I mean, that's a really nice view. The ice going into the building there. Looks like we're gonna be fighting polar bears. Polar behemoth, apparently. Royal Guard. What the? Darn it, didn't load my portrait. Oopsie. So he's a dragoon. It's kind of. Let's see here. I want to show off my portrait since it didn't load it like I was supposed to. You must edit this no wonder. Anyways, you can now see why I wanted to use it. I somehow stumbled. As you can see, I was playing around with the portraits and stumbled upon it looking like I'm falling, and I thought that was hilarious, so I thought, hey, that'd be pretty good. Oh, interesting. The polar bears aren't attacking me. They're all on their own thing. That's good. So adorable. Crap.
Out of my way!
Convenient. Alright, well the good news is I did find out why the portrait didn't load that time. It's because I forgot I updated my gear.
Make ready!
Most DPS jobs require on keeping up a specific buff. Keeping a specific buff active to keep their damage going, but Reapers instead get a debuff on enemies. It's both a blessing and a curse, if we're honest. because on one hand, well, the attacks that apply are also attacks in of themselves. But it does mean that if the enemy... I have to make sure I... what was I getting at? I don't think enemies resist debuffs in the game, though. That's a very good thing, that's for sure. I keep losing my train of thought. I'm not sure what I'm trying to get across.
Make ready!
I guess a buff is technically easier to keep up, especially if it's from a skill that says just apply this buff. At the same time, for the others, you still have to deal damage to keep the buff active. Like, if a monk stops attacking, they do lose their stuff. So if there's no enemies, you don't get they don't get their buff still. I don't want to use the super mode with just one close to death here, so... Wee. First boss, mini-boss, rather. Huh. I'm not even sure what to make of this thing. Charling facility. Oh, fascinating.
No mercy.
Probably want to stand where this guy is. I'm missing a bit of positionals, but... yeah. Interesting, their damage. Hello, fellow casters. I like to say that since that's how it... I should probably stay here. There, no overlap. Shield up.
I am of the first few.
Oops. Of course he'd rotate and ruin my positional. Oops. I just embarrassed myself. Now, with players, they can carry you if you make dumb mistakes, but with the NPC party, no luck. Still, that was entirely on me. They were clearly moving to a safe spot, and I was too busy tunnel visioning because instead of brain, I have uptime whenever I'm a DPS. Alternatively, I could try and swap to one of my tanks. No, none of them have the... wait, no, none of them have the eye level for this. Nice it could be to have the DPS. And even if you're a tank, you actually can't do too many pulls at once to try and speed it up, because... tank right here... I've experimented with it a bit, and I've noticed that if I pull too many groups at once, while players can handle it, Thancred here will kind of melt, unfortunately. And if I do it myself, I can usually stay alive, but the DPSers will just single target, which isn't good for big groups, I can tell you that much. Darn, I was kind of hoping to get a nice early boost to damage with my starting super mode from the last fight. Oh, okay, this was safe. I was overcorrecting a bit. Alright, there's none over here, so I probably want to be over, This is safe, right? Yeah, it is. Ah, that was too close. Might as well, I'm a single target, and no one else is using it, so... I can get some lifesteal back. There we are. Ooh, a zipline. Except it goes up instead of down. Neat. It cometh to no surprise, the vegetation here is extremely eminently lush. Oh, Moak.
You forced my hand. You're mine. You're mine.
A cow and troll. there. The isle hath a curious change upon yonder golems.
You forced my hand.
As long as I got the finisher in there, that's what matters. Magical ziplines are a pretty nice set piece. That was a little too high for comfort, I must confess. Arcus, oh my. Is that a bear from the ice field? Drawn hither by profusion of ether, I dare say. I will cry. Ow. Mildly a problem. Vulnerability 3, oh dear. And of course a 4th.
No mercy.
And 5. stay back. Their vulnerabilities are almost gone. Once they're gone, I'm safe. Keyword being when they're gone. I also shouldn't be taking any risks. I should just run off. 2, 1, ah. Okay, good. The vulnerabilities are gone. I don't know how I survived that, but I did. No complaints.
I am of the first brood.
I see. So the lines are a bit wider. Phew. No small amount of lightning it harbored. Scouting. Item level is at 625. Technically an upgrade if I get any slaying stuff, but I should probably save up for the cap tomes here. Such an overwhelming concentration of ether.
Make ready!
You forced my hand.
This looks quite nice.
Prepare yourself!
Might as well focus these down. There's just 2 enemies. Probably safe for me to single target, right? I suppose we're supposed to aim for that main geyser. The Forlorn Maiden. Might as well get as much of my meter as I can before the boss there. But I guess... Oh, and there's still a decent amount of, generic mobs here first.
You're mine! Out of my way!
Wrong meter wanted 100%, but it's whatever, I suppose. Mapping the realm, ether font. That means we're here. Like I said, it does feel like they're making the bosses, dungeon bosses, more relevant lately, and that's pretty neat. Well, I'm judging by this arena, there's gonna be something in the water. Oh no, not another one of these. I've fought a bunch of these in Remnant 2, and in this game, it's returning. Octomammoth. Another boss from Final Fantasy IV. Geyser. You will not stop us? Though not for want of trying, I imagine. Woo! Wee! I have an attack buff, right? Pumpkin portage. Sure, let's go with this. I intend to take this seriously. That means... Octo Strike.
You forced my hand.
Fortunately, with this boss, I'm gonna have to ignore positionals. At least, at the very least, I appreciate this hitbox is so big. I have no, there's no possible way I'll be. Oh right, interesting.
You forced my hand.
That's probably gonna be a group hit.
You
So.
forced my hand.
Nope. Telekinesis. I don't like the looks of this.
You forced my hand. You're mine.
Oops. I don't know how I dodged that, but not complaining. I'll wait till I get... yeah.
I am of the first brood. My turn.
let that happen. 17.
No mercy.
A little late for that, I guess.
You forced my hand. Be gone.
There we are. That was a little messier than it should have been, but I won, right? Duty complete. And I finished with my meters all perfectly at 50. Star's Breath. Half these bars connected. See? Nothing to it. Seems the geyser is just beyond. Had it been squid, we might have taken some for Estinian. Yeah, it was sadly it was an octopus, so only, quote unquote, only 8 arms. Choose between this, the Pandemonium story,
Much obliged for clearing the way. We'll get to work at once.
and the 24-player story. I really need to be everywhere at once, don't I?
Filling these up will take a good while. I appreciate it if you stood watch till we finished. I ain't getting chewed to chum by some ether-bloated bugger.
Given these strange creatures, it's probably best that we stick around.
Oh, by the by. Where were you planning on putting these to use? We could deliver them by airship, see? Provided it ain't too far.
We would need them transported to Galimur, to the Tower of Babel.
Ah, that's a long old journey. Too long for a direct flight. Tell you what, we'll send them over with the scheduled shipment of provisions headed that way.
Yeah, I guess that is a pretty long journey.
I'll make the arrangements as soon as we get back. Save some poor chocobos having to drag this lot through the snow.
You have our thanks. We shall not forget your generosity.
Everything seems to be proceeding apace. I dare say you would have been fine without me.
Hey, it never hurts to have you along.
Why would you say such a thing? You are not bound by contract or the threat of force. and you gain no advantage by devaluing your own contribution.
It's a
Yet
practical
you
way of
must be
looking at it,
bound by
yeah.
something to speak thus. What is it?
What binds me? A belief, I suppose. Born of our shared struggles. No matter where my comrades go, I have faith they will be fine. For I know that they will walk their chosen path as surely as I walk mine. I trust them, in short. Trite though it may sound.
Trust. I remember the word. How long has it been since last I used it?
Last time we got a flashback of her old world before it became the Void World. I remember because I was thinking, wait, is she truly alive since then? But then I remembered, oh yeah, in a world where there is no death, it'd be more surprising if any are around that weren't back then. Although granted, they may not remember it since, well, even Golbez mentioned very few of the fiends around will still remember their past lives.
It had no place in my dealings. Not with other Voidsent, and certainly not with Xenos. Not even in the time before darkness engulfed the world.
Really?
Full often did Memoriates betray their own, corrupted by the very power they wielded. You could trust no one but yourself. Alone we fought, and alone we fell. I wouldn't know how to trust.
She's the last of the Memoriates, I believe. The last of the few who can. She's also one of the few who can cause the dead to not return. Although technically, they don't die, quote unquote. They just get sealed into a crystal.
Is there some trick to it?
You have to find
Just
someone
stay
worth.
close to this one. You'll learn in no time.
I was gonna say you need to find someone worth trusting. I get in fights all the time, but friends will come back.
Aye, absolutely fine.
I confess I thought thou mightst have more words of counsel to offer.
Oh, she'll soon get the hang of it, even without my help. After our work here is done, I'll see myself back to the shadows. But before that, I take it you've heard as well.
Oh no.
Indeed. The client seeketh Archons, and 'twould seem our extensive travels and neutrality make us prime candidates.
Well, assuming we take on the request, I suspect I'll be stuck with you again. Don't let me down, hmm?
Tanks and healers have a very symbiotic relationship. What was I gonna say about? Yeah, unfortunately, even with my own closest friends, I do get into fights regularly. But hey, to blatantly butcher a quote from My Little Pony, friends aren't people who never piss you off. Friends are people worth forgiving as many times as it takes. Zero strays and errors, G. A refreshing contrast to her more circuitous company. By simply staying close to you, will I truly learn about trust? I'd hope so. We're truly indebted to Kokol. I must invite him to Razahan as a guest of honor at some point. Not only I must use the tanks, but to arrange transportation to Garland besides. Blessed are we to count Kokol among our allies. Thus we must also give thanks. Unto thee we must also give thanks, Thancred, for coming to our aid on such short notice. Please, no one was happy to help. Don't hesitate calling me again. If you want to sell these melds, it's usually a good idea to grab a quick tongue over quick arm from my experience. Black mages pretty much always love the increased casting speed. Okay, now enter with the party of NPC avatars. Okay, it's the same thing here. So let me grab a sip of my drink before we continue. Ah, refreshing. Take a munch. And I started investing in mini water bottles to see how they work. In fact, they were less expensive than the full ones, may have also had a habit of it. But we'll see. I might still stick to the big ones because, well, there's a decent amount of dialogue in this game, but for a VN like Tyrion Cuthbert, I really need to make sure I have fluids nearby, because if I don't hydrate, my throat is killing me by the end of those. So yeah, it's all about the preparations. It's time to proceed to the next stage of your plan. With the tank's transportation thus arranged, our first attack is complete. We may now turn to enter the second. To wit, obtaining the blessing of Ilsbard contingent to the tower. Use the Tower of Babel to channel energy of the moon. Our destination is Camp Broken Glass. We may present our petition to Commander Lucia. Sounds good to me. I probably didn't need to use a meal to buff my stats, but I felt like it. Plus, well, as I said, no point in holding back, right? I probably should have used it at the start of the dungeon, in fact. Foods give you an innate experience boost for using them, but it also, is very helpful. Oh, right, I should probably get my stuff repaired, huh? Well, luckily there is a repair guy over here. Here we are. It's not a big deal. In fact, I probably could have ignored it, if we're honest, but it's something to get in a habit of, just because I have been one of those people in the past who never repairs anything and then get halfway through a dungeon and then, warning, your your equipment has started breaking. Oh crap. You are as ever welcome, Coda. I don't believe I've met all your comrades. Per Stolla's device, I've changed the clothing more suited to these surrounds. To better blend in. I hope will suffice. As I said, the Varshan is just Vitra's avatar, so he doesn't need to eat, sleep, or worry about temperature for that matter. Glad I am to hear that Garlemald's restoration proceed apace. The people no longer want for warmth. Be that as it may, there's no substitute for the appropriate garments such frigid climes. I can personally attest. Oh yeah, it was funny seeing him freezing in his usual outfit. Here we go again. Koda, allow me to personally thank you for your assistance during the recent voice and incursion. Your actions have saved many. What brings you here today? Pray forgive us for not sending word in advance, Commander, but we seek your cooperation in a matter of great import. Indeed, we appreciate you consulting us instead of taking unilateral action. It is no simple matter to activate the Tower of Babel, and I speak not only of the technological advances. Personally, I think we must consider the emotional impact of such an action above all else. Though we've yet to re-establish a governing body, we provisionally refer to those who remain here as the Garlean community. As you would expect, they are predominantly native Garleans, most of whom are uncomfortable with ether manipulation. Yeah, most Garleans don't have the ability to use magic at all, so that's why they rely on Magitech so heavily. To compound matters, the trauma inflicted by Anima is still fresh. If the tower were to suddenly light up again, it would likely cause distress and reopen old wounds. Rather than facing a mass invasion by Golblez and his void-sent hordes, surely. Of course, we acknowledge the gravity of the situation as well as the promised bloodshed should we fail to act. Yet even were we to convey your warning to the public, many simply do not understand the workings of magic or the rift. They'll struggle to comprehend why they must be forced to relive personal horrors for the sake of something they cannot imagine. But imagine, haven't these people seen Void Sent with their own eyes? Oh, he's actually thinking about it. Let us suppose you encounter someone who is freezing in this cold. A natural thing you might do is make them a fire, yes? What if that person's sole existence with fire is being badly burned by it, that they harbored an acute fear? Despite the benefits, no. Necessity of the warmth you offer, they may flee on instinct, or worse, misinterpret your actions as aggression and lash out. So like the fire that torments the individual, the Tower of Babel torments the people of Garlemald. Yet we cannot afford to fail here. We must find a way to help them overcome their fear. I agree. To that end, the contingent will assist however we can. We should speak with Alphino and I say. With the support they've rallied with Garland people, I dare say they could provide us with some valuable insights. True, we know what happens when the Tower of Babel activates. Simply, it causes a great disturbance. In the meantime, Uryonje, may I ask that you return to oversee the technical aspects of the tower's activation? Full faith have I that you'll win over the Garlean populace. In the meantime, I shall see to it that all is ready in the tower. I'll relay the particulars of your endeavor to the members of the contingent. Rest assured we will do our part to assist you. If truth be told, had you approached us with the petition earlier, we were like to have simply declined it. The situation was simply too precarious. But people begun to pull themselves up, and I dare to hope that they will lend an ear to your words. Well, I guess if I'm feeling particularly lazy... Bit of waste of money, but... Of all the things... I knew you wouldn't be able to stay away. Dread fire even when it was freezing. To become a prisoner of one's fear. Tis a fate that even Voidsent can succumb to. Well, at least that makes it easier to keep everyone on the same level. I've taken the liberty of explaining our objective. I'm glad to see you, Coda. Beecher has explained the present dilemma. 'Tis no unfounded concern the Garleans might take poorly to the reactivation of the Tower of Babel. That's to putting it mildly. Many would be up in arms over it. Trust in the Ilsburg contingent is fragile enough. We need to tread lightly or risk jeopardizing everything we've achieved. Trust again. Well, it seems to me there's naught for it but to speak with the people. Rather than hopping on about the necessity of the plan, we should lend an ear to their concerns. Perhaps we can begin working toward the compromise. In that case, I'll take you to meet the community leaders. They're a station called Senatus near Inoculum Imperialis. Be honored to speak with them, though it'd be prudent to learn where the people elsewhere stand as well. But I'll leave that to the others, save Zero. Mind you accompany me? Sure, those in the Tapper's Den have their own opinions. Alphino, if I may drag you along. Tertium, we'll leave it to you. Tertium, we leave to you. You're no stranger to the people here, so it should take a little prodding to convince them to speak freely. Then it's settled. Once you've learned what we can, let's all meet in Forum Solius, where I hope we'll have what I hope is a productive discussion. Hard to believe the Garlean themes are probably not going to be showing up again anymore. After all, they've been defeated. The Garlean Empire is defeated, and they're rebuilding in a way that's a lot less, violent. And not heavily based off the Roman Empire. Well, in their terms of their conquest. Activate the Tower of Babel, are you out of your mind? That abomination transformed my friend and family into monsters. I can't bear to look at that thing. If you want to do something for us, tear that bloody thing down. That tower isn't right, I tell you, all those magic. Years ago, when I lived in the provinces, the local razed our village to the ground with the stuff. Made things appear and disappear, fly and burn. I can still see it when I close my eyes. You've done us a good turn, dear, but let's not talk of the tower any longer. It's unnatural. Here's lad. No, no, stop it. The tower's evil. It'll turn us evil. I don't want to hear it. Leave me alone. I'm starting to see a running theme here, and it's not one that I didn't expect, if we're completely honest. Let's not hang out in here any longer than we have to. Contemplative system. Tower Babil. It's a country with void scent. I can't say I understand. Still, your people have done much for us. If you say it's necessary, that's good enough for me. Whatever in the present state, the Imperial Palace wasn't so proud of Garlemald. I mean no disrespect to you, but shouldn't the Garlean people be its caretakers instead of foreigners? Though if we dared speak thus of some of the contingent, they might make assumptions, cut our rations, or worse. No, forget to say anything, please. Forum Solius, in this square where it was this square where Emperor Solus inspected his troops before embarking on a second campaign to the Far East. The Imperial legions were ultimately successful in the subjugation of Damascus, and the officials celebrated the grand victory by transforming the parade ground into a commemorative public park. A military plaza into a public park. Now that's quite a productive thing to be doing. The Garleans were a well, the story starts out with them being the one-dimensional evil empire, but they did expand on them as the story unfolded, which makes sense. You start out with a simple little narrative to get you people in, then expand the complexities later on. Hey Zero, how are things? Jolas on his way with the other. You'll find it more receptive than we did. Yeah, no one wants anything to do with that, given what. Coda, may I present to you Lord Neus and Metius, magistrates of our political council. They've been spearheading the efforts to establish a new system of government here. I'm just trying to turn the chat block on and off with the cutscenes, but I have to do it manually, so. When we raised the subject Tower Babil, they insisted we speak no further until joined by representatives of the Ilsebird contingent. I see Alpha and Alice have yet to arrive, so perhaps we should wait. It doesn't matter if only some of you are present. I wish to make one thing perfectly clear. It's a manifestation of Garlean ingenuity and authority. It was once the abode of the royal family, and will forever bear tremendous cultural significance. It's insulting enough we have to suffer foreigners occupying it under the guise of our rendering aid. Now you propose reactivating it? No, we've had enough. The Garland Old may have fallen, but she fell in a civil war to her own people, not to Eorzea or any other land. We came here to assert our unequivocal claim to our territory, Garlemont. All that lies within her bounds is equivocal to no one. Doesn't feel like a very productive quest completion. There's no common ground to be found with these men. In spite of this, you would still engage them. We'll treat we will treat with the Ilsabard continent if only to restore our rights. If your intentions are benevolent, then you'll agree to our demands. Our sovereignty is of paramount importance. On this point, there can be no concessions. I do kind of get that. On one hand, I do get that a lot of the members of the Ilsabard contingent are from countries that were themselves subjugated by Garlemald, but if we have Eorzea or some other nation take over the governing of Garlemald, then we're basically just doing the same thing the Empire did in reverse. So, in fact, I wouldn't even be surprised if members of the Ilsabard contingent were also not wanting to do that, because again, subjugating what they were subject to. I do not begrudge them their hostility. They merely seek to protect their homeland. That said, we must strive to reach an understanding. Fallen Empire. Willis is eager to get out of the cold. Since their excellencies are resolved to negotiate with contingent, I'll escort them to the territory. I'll also instruct Alpha Snow and Alisay to meet us there. Lord Metius, Lord Neus, by your leave, my comrades and I would speak with you with the residents of Senatus. Though the Ilsabard contingent holds a Tower Babil, it is I who wishes it to be reactivated, and thus I think I should be present for this discussion. Yet my understanding of your people's hardships, hopes, desires, dreams of the future is sorely lacking. In my ignorance, I would struggle to contribute. Lest you worry, I'll not plead our case to the community in your absence. I wish only to identify common ground, on which we might build a relationship that sees us to overcome our distance. Very well, but no, the guards will not hesitate to escort you from the premises should they judge your actions to be inappropriate. If it's settled, then you shall all head to Senatus. I'll join you there to see their excellencies safely. I should have realized this might actually be the harder of the two. As the forum mentioned, they kind of owe us a solid here and there, so they have a lot less reason to say no. And with Golden Sun. They have a lot of pun names like that for the Fate quests. The defenses bespeak a cautious mindset, more so than Tertium. Gillis has told us all. You have Lord Neus's permission to enter and speak with our residents, but not to petition them directly for support. Remember that. Here it is, Senatus, a temporary refuge for political dignitaries, hence tight security. I'm given to understand that outsiders are not normally permitted so much as a glimpse, so we should consider ourselves fortunate to be given this opportunity. Will it be worth trouble? As do I, Zero, as do I. Basic design is reminiscent of Tertium, though somewhat embellished. I guess it makes sense, these are all repurposed subways, basically. Haven't seen you before, I assume you have permission to be here. Probably speak around with the people here just to see what they're all saying. Who are you? Guess it makes sense they don't have much to say quite yet. I mean, when I did Tertium in the main story, pretty much everyone told me to F off until I had saved them enough times. Just for one. Oh, I already spoke with Zero. Alright, so Varshan, what's to begin, I propose we split up and ask residents for their views on the Ilspard contingent and current state of affairs. We'd also do well to learn more about the Enclave itself. Should you observe anything of note, be sure to let me know. It's through open hearts and open minds I believe we may yet convince the leaders to work with us for the greater good. Want to know what I think? I'm a soldier. I try not to think of politics at all. I'll say this much though: our leaders labor to preserve our culture and our way of life. What remains of it? And anyway, I trust them to do what's best for Garlemald. Investigate. Stockpile of assorted supplies bear markings indicating they are provided by the Elseborg contingent. The Enclave is clearly reliant on the Alliance for aid. You recognize these large casks as the very same ones you and your comrades used to transport ceruleum from Lapis Manalis. Why they're in Centis is unclear. Yeah, they're exactly the ones we got from the last dungeon run. Last time I did the story on stream. Marcus. How do I feel about contingent? Conflicted to say the least. I've been tasked with the distribution of supplies, and I know as well as any we cannot survive without outside aid. Be that as it may, even though the Empire's collapsed, we have our pride. People don't want to be beholden on us forever, and there's no denying that it chafes to see our benefactors occupying the Imperial Palace. Damage to the city was more extensive than we thought. Finished touring the Enclave, have you? What were you able to learn? It's the same as me, then. They'll accept the contingent's help out of necessity and harbor a measure of resentment. They have only themselves to blame. If they don't like the bargain, they should reject it. How many times must I tell you? It's absolutely out of the question. What's going on? We were wondering the very same. We came running when we heard some kind of shouting. Is not the matter. Oh no, I was trying to explain. Mayhap I can clear this up. The contingent has made a reasonable request, but the man insists that it is impossible. Concerns of magic weapons which run rampant throughout Regio Urbanissima. Every time we deliver supplies, we have to dispatch extra men to defend against potential attacks. To address the issue, we proposed the elimination of the machina that loitered near the supply route, but you heard them. They refused to consider it. The magistrates have already spoken on the matter. Rampant or no, these war machina are assets. Furthermore, who's to say they're as dangerous as you suggest? It's been suggested this could be a pretense to scavenge materials for our own ends. I know not if this is the case, but fact remains, we can't allow you to destroy them. More speculation by the magistrates, I assume. Ridiculous, but they have spoken. Unless we want to blame intentions further, there's naught we can do. How complicated relations become when not grounded in a clear and equitable arrangement. Equitable arrangement, of course! Well, I understand the difficulty of your position. As a soldier, you must do your duty and obey superiors. I have an idea, but first I must speak with Commander Lucia. May I take this matter? By all means. Let's return to Camp Broken Glass, where I might discuss a solution that I believe will satisfy all parties. Looks like he's got an idea. I could also just do this. Ooh. I've completed mine inspection of the tower. Thou shalt be pleased to hear that transference of ether shall pose no difficulty. Leave this to me, my friend. You've returned with glad tidings, I hope. Who is this person again? What do you suppose he has in mind? He seems awfully confident. Welcome back, all of you. I pray there have been positive developments in your efforts to appeal to the Garlean community. I have not yet, but there is a method by which I believe stand to gain. Satrap, I intend to propose a trade agreement between Razat Han and the people of Galamond. That's right, Razat Han is technically not part of the Alliance. They remain neutral for all expansions until Endwalker. But they were not, fact remains, they are not involved with the Alliance or Garlemald. The people of this nation have lived through its collapse and more, yet they've chosen to remain, for it is their home. That they've been able to survive this far is thanks to the Isambard contingent, or rather, in less flattering terms, they are entirely at your mercy. Oh, that's right, even their fear... One of them didn't even want to voice their concerns out of fear that they could have their rations cut or something. Despite your noble intentions, this one-sided relationship has fueled feelings of frustration and resentment. It is no surprise, then, that some Garleans loathe to engage with foreigners for fear of indebting themselves further, surrendering more of their already limited autonomy. That's why I wish to present them with an equitable arrangement, one that will restore them a sense of agency after having been forced to rely upon charity. Easier said than done, though. What exactly do you have in mind? Long have Garlemald and Razahan abided by a treaty of non-interference. Freely have we traded with one another, but I wish to continue this tradition. Provide your people with such supplies you require. In return, you grant us leave to use the Tower of Babil as well as share in your Magitech resources expertise. As we become more reliant upon your technologies, you will of course require more cerulean to fuel them. This you possess in abundance, and for it, you'll be duly compensated. Razan's culture will be enriched by your Magitech wonders, and our ever-increasing demand for your wares will see Garlemald grow wealthy and prosperous as well. Only when both sides keep the interests of the other in mind can an equitable relationship be forged. It is a principle I once thought I understood, but I've come to appreciate far more in recent days, thanks to the sage counsel of a friend of mine beyond the rift. Your Excellency, thank you for your careful consideration of Garlemald's future. Though I cannot speak for every Garlean, I see myself no reason to object to your proposal. Indeed, if Razahan were to take the initiative, other nations may follow suit to normalize trade relations. If you see sense in my proposal, I ask you to join me in the negotiations. Your support may be instrumental in winning over Lord Neas and Metius. By all means, go with them. I have matters here well in hand. I've learned all that I may in regarding the tower's operation. I too shall hear me to Tersum. Oh, I should probably speak with these two, see what they have to say first. If trade agreement can be forged, I dare hope it may thaw relations. Until then, I keep trying to convince them of the need of decommission those dangerous weapons. Diplomatically, that is. An equitable agreement. The satrap has a pragmatic vision for the future. Yeah, the number one concern everyone had was wanting to keep their autonomy, and that none of them were really liked being forced to be at the heel of someone else. The only reason, in fact, I would go a bit further and say the only reason they feel so negatively about the contingent is because they're effectively at the mercy. It was just, I just definitely see where our buddy here is with this. Finally begin these negotiations. A crowd you may have brought, but numbers will not intimidate us. The Tower Bell is ours by rights, and nothing you can do can convince us otherwise. Rest assured, that is not our intent to infringe on the rights of the people of Garlemald. Let us instead discuss the future. As the Satrapa as Razat-Han, I wish to establish a new trade agreement with our nations. Of course, a change in leadership means a new agreement needs to be created. The aid we presently receive will not last forever, my lord. Sooner or later, we must stand on our own 2 feet, but to do so, we must secure a means to replenish our coffers, and the proposed agreement presents a rare opportunity. It is true, we do not want Her Magitech and Ceruleum, and foreign currency will be needed to procure such things we lack. It would depend on the precise term, but I can't see the merits of it. What? I can't believe what I'm hearing. You serve the Emperor. We're a proud patriot, yet now you entertain selling national resources like a common merchant? Like you, I weep for what we've lost, but if we were to rebuild Garlemald, we must make use of what precious assets remain to us. Nonsense. Our traitor Naeus, and there will be a reckoning, oh yes, with the people of Senatus learn of this, they'll cry for blood. Lord Matius, it isn't safe out there. I'm gonna have to fix this problem. At the very least, it's a problem I can actually fix, since, you know, it's established the player character is not any good at politics. Embarrassing display. A man of Medius' station should have the capacity to keep his emotions in check. Careful, Lord Medius. While I'm thrilled Lord Naeus is willing to consider my proposal, I am worried about Medius. To the best of my knowledge, he's a civil servant with no combat experience. Should he meet misfortune, he may fare poorly. Not surprised, some people cannot be moved by mere words. Bond of trust, and concern is writ plain on Ulysses' face. It's far too dangerous for a civilian to be outside alone. We must go after him. Let us leave matters here in Maxima's care, while the rest of us join the search. If Medius is bound for Senatus, we may be able to catch up to him at Ridge. Urbanasa, I pray he's not come to any harm. Embarrassing display. As expected. Oh, yeah, these guys are absolutely no threat to me. I'm alive. Well, I'm glad this is, for once, this is a problem I can solve by smashing it to bits.
Praise the sisters, you are safe.
Don't think I'm indebted to you. I never asked for your help.
You love Garlemald dearly, Lord Metius. That much is plain. But you're not alone in that. We all mourn what has become of our homeland. bristle at having to rely upon outsiders simply to survive the cold. Even now, I struggle with fear and uncertainty. Day after day, I ask myself, what is right? Where do we go from here? I've yet to find the answers. But I won't stop looking nonetheless, and I won't avert my gaze from our grim reality.
Is there hope for us?
Some disagreed.
Aye. So long as we live.
But yeah, the ones who remain still have plenty.
Garlemald lies in ruins, but the bonds between us will never be broken. We are the chain that connects generations past and future. You and I, it's links. Help us, Lord Metius, for all we have been and for what we may yet become. Please.
To be lectured by the younger, it ill becomes a man of my station.
Well, he also was
I
promoted.
will rejoin the talks at Tertium. Might I trouble you to escort me? Ere we part, I apologize for my discourtesy. I owe you my life, and I thank you.
Euless, wait. I'd like a word. With you as well. I'm to stay close, after all.
Worry not, we shall see the magistrate safely back to Tertium.
What is it?
You bound that man with trust, didn't you? That's why he did not require coercion to return.
They did find a common ground, that's for certain.
Shall we walk, perhaps? Chilly, standing around here. So that's how Zero came to join you. Still, I'm not sure I'm qualified to explain something like trust.
It's a bit of an abstract concept, yeah.
I wouldn't describe myself as a sociable person. Before all this, any free time I had, I spent looking after my brother and sister. As for the magistrate, I only told him what's been on my mind of late. But I wouldn't have done so, I think, if it weren't for the twins' influence. Trust is infectious, in a manner of speaking. When someone believes in you, it makes you want to believe in them, in others, in yourself. Perhaps it's because the magistrate felt that earnestness that he gave us a chance. As I did, after I was caught trying to steal provisions from the enemy. Trust comes easy in such company.
Little wonder my world is devoid of it. No one trusts in you, and so you trust in no one. And round the wheel turns.
During the Contra Memoria, we had already come to judge one another based on strength and usefulness. You either used or were used. Those who rejected this rule didn't survive. My mother wanted to save the world, to fulfill the hopes of Memoria's good and true. After she died, I carried on her mission alone.
Alone? Didn't you have anyone to help you?
Almost. 2 men tried just the once. A swordsman and a mage, whom I met when passing through a village. They had saved the people there from corrupted Memoriats.
Yeah, that's Golbez, apparently.
When they learned our enemies were the
Big
same,
armor there.
they seemed heartened. They claimed to be soldiers of a kingdom called Baron, and were traveling the realm in search of a means to end the Contra Memoria. They invited me to join them. I refused. How could I not, having learned the lessons of my world? Those who would work with others always have their own motives. I would not place myself at their mercy. I would not be forced to submit.
If I had to guess, it's probably Golbez and Fusoya.
I expected some manner of outburst, some show of frustration at having failed to deceive me. But they simply watched me walk away. I didn't know what to make of it then, but now... Perhaps they shared a bond of trust. Perhaps they were the last ones left who dared. Perhaps they hoped I was like them, too. Perhaps it was just an offer, and nothing more. I continued fighting alone. But ultimately, I was undone. Overwhelmed by enemies that had banded together. I was cold, in pain, wishing desperately that someone would save me. And as I lay there in solitude, I felt it happen. The breaking of our world. Darkness washed over me, and I was swept into the rift. When I finally managed to return, it was to a world forever transformed. My home, now filled with abominations.
You're supposed to meet her tragic end that day, but with the world lost to darkness, the dead can no longer rest.
I had a chance to learn about trust, and forsook it.
Well, you have a new chance now.
I never had the power to save my home single-handed. I should have accepted their invitation. Had I joined them as I've joined you, I might not have had to face the end of the world alone. But it's all history now. No amount of reflection or regret will change our present reality.
That's why I said you need to look forward. May have missed it back then, but you have it now.
Whatever may have happened in the past, you're still here, Zero. Alive. So long as you're alive, there will always be hope, no matter how bad things get. What you couldn't do yesterday, you might still do today. Think about it. It's plain that you've forged bonds with those around you. If you didn't feel that in some sense, Would you have risked your life as you did for a meager ration of boots? I trust you too, for what it's worth.
Here it is again. The fire that burned in my breast when you came to my rescue. The urge to weep, though there is no sorrow. If this is trust, then what must I do? How do I answer it?
Well, however you like. There's no magic to it.
Give me your hand. It's not something you do constantly, mind. A friend is a friend regardless.
A friend. So that's what it means. Someone you trust.
Gonna make me tear up, damn it. Oh well. Certainly had a weird friendship. But weird and twisted as his friendship was, I suppose he did trust us. Well, I suppose that's a specific, very odd and unusual case anyways. I shouldn't be treating Xenos as any kind of normal friendship. Indeed, I'm not sure how many could except for himself. I gave it a good effort at least, hopefully. When I first met Zero, I wasn't sure what to make of her forthright to a fault nature, but now I understand she's simply an honest soul to the core. Thank you, I feel as though I've found the answers I sought, and owe all to you and you. Right then. I expect those have arrived, we should join them. Gonna teleport me there? Looks like it might. Ah, full glad am I to see everyone returned, and none worse for wear. Various representatives of the Garland community are gathered here this very moment. I dare say this is a fine opportunity to announce a trade agreement. You've read the memorandum. I trust you find the terms acceptable. I do, Aeneas, I pray you forgive me my disgraceful conduct earlier. I am ashamed not only of my behavior, but of placing the burden of negotiations solely on your shoulders in my absence. You should know that when we brought up the subject of the tower's reactivation to the people of the Tapper's Den, some reacted quite strongly. Once we explained it would prevent another Void's invasion, however, they were much more receptive. It's fair to say the recent episode is still fairly fresh in their minds. I tagged along to deliver a supply of ceruleum. I have to say, I didn't expect to see such a large crowd. Even the stuffy Imperials who normally keep themselves at the Sonatus are here. My friends and countrymen, lend me your ears. I'm pleased to inform you that on the joyous occasion we, the people of Garlemald, have entered a trade agreement with Razad Han. To inaugurate our accord, we intend to grant the individuals before you access to the Tower of Babil. In return, Razat will provide us with supplies, which will be equally distributed amongst the settlements of our nation. Let me be clear on one point. This is not an act of charity, but a trade, a bargain struck between equals, rooted in trust and respect, and it marks a significant step towards rebuilding our nation and regaining true independence. Razatan holds Garlean technology and ingenuity in high esteem. It is my hope that through this agreement our people will enjoy a mutually beneficial relationship for years to come. Now then, we bid you gather round to hear the particulars that you might convey them to those elsewhere. Finally, setting trade between nations. Beginning. So burdened by hardship and trauma were the people of Garlemald that they were unable to imagine a brighter future. To be recognized as equals, as a nation with something of value to offer others, that validation alone is enough to rekindle their hope. It is by virtue of this partnership that we may access the Tower Babil, and a rather timely development given our tank's impending arrival. Once the tower store has been replenished, we need but await Shtola's signal to channel the energy, correct? Then you can leave that and anything else on this end to me and Alphino. No need to worry, devote all of your energies to the mission in the void. As ever, I am in your debt. You are good friends. I'm not wrong, Meta. Growing technology shall enrich my people's lives and empower them to achieve great new feats. I'm particularly eager to see what our alchemists can create. Moments like these give me hope that we still have a place in this world. Good friends, eh? Coming from her, you know she's not saying it just to be nice. Both Razahan and Garlemald stand to benefit greatly from this agreement. It may well mark the beginning of a long and fruitful relationship. Lunar Rendezvous. Andre, we should take stock of the situation.
Let us take a moment to review matters as they stand. Having procured sufficient stores of ether, we may now channel the requisite energy unto the moon via the Tower of Babel. Our work on the star is complete. However, we have yet to receive word from Ishtola as to the state of the lunar preparations.
A ritual to open the gate, and measures to forestall a void-sent invasion.
I guess that would take a while, yeah.
Neither task is simple nor quickly completed. She would doubtless benefit from our assistance.
The very thing I was about to propose. Let us join her above and lend what aid we may.
Sounds good. Sure there'll be something I need to smack around while
Ere we
they do
set
it too.
forth, however, Ishtola did bid me relay a message to thee. As thou art well aware, a key objective of our mission is the extraction of thy sister Ashdaya from the Void. Held captive for millennia and divested of an eye, she is like to be severely weakened. To make good her escape, she shall require aid. Aid that is best provided by a fellow Great Worm.
You would have me go in my true form. Very well. Like our sire, we great worms are capable of traversing the great expanse. The journey will take some time, but I shall take myself to the moon.
The whole reason dragons exist in this world entirely is
To
because...
begin with, I shall return this vessel to Radzat-Han, that I may have both my eyes. And until such time as we find Ashdaya, I would entrust her eye to your keeping.
a little gross, but gotta do what you gotta do.
Will you do this for me?
We shall contact you via Link Pearl once all is in place on the moon. You need but follow Ishtola's instructions.
Understood. We'll be ready.
Take care, Zero.
It will be the briefest of homecomings. I'll be back before you know it.
In mare elementorum, then. Go well.
And they briefly discussed it during the Omega raids, but when the whole reason dragons exist in this world is because Midgard Samir brought his a family from when they were still eggs from whatever world they were in originally. One destroyed by Omega. And boy, that was a long journey. Yeah, it was apparently longer. It must have been eons or something, because they said it's so long that a human like us wouldn't be able to fathom it. The moon. Xenos brought me here. I remember feeling surprised that a desolate place could exist on the source.
I took the liberty of informing Ishtola of our arrival. She and her entourage should be here momentarily.
Forgive me. I'd hoped to have everything in order sooner. My thanks for the extra hands.
Alphino and Alice stand ready at the Tower of Babel. Vritra is also en route.
Excellent. You've done well, all of you. For my part, I've managed to prepare the ritual with help from the Watcher. All that remains is to channel the ether from below. This should, I pray, open a gate leading to the moon of the 13th.
May I just say how excited we are to be a part of this grand undertaking. The development of the artificial Atomos was one thing, but this is an opportunity like no other. Ishtora even managed to get a loan of elegant treatises on voids and summoning from the prized collection of the Sons of Saint Koinak. The Empire's application of etherochemistry in regulating void gates provided us with many a useful insight for our work, let me tell you.
I asked a favor of Grahatir when we were comparing notes on cross-rift travel. Given his credentials, I was confident he wouldn't be denied. The knowledge of our forebears has brought us far, as has our own. And with our knowledge and resources, We shall construct a void-sent containment seal on a heretofore unseen scale.
Containment seal. Then thou wouldst make use of...
Aye, a tried and tested means of holding dark entities at bay is readily available here. 'Twould be remiss of us not to employ it.
Right. Yeah. Zodiark was sealed within here for over 10,000 years, I guess.
We shall reforge the brands that Xenos and Fandaniel destroyed. That which held even Zodiark shall more than suffice for void scent of any persuasion.
The Watcher is already hard at work, tending to the most critical parts of the brand's restoration.
Yeah, when all but one was destroyed before, he was able to recover one before he finished the job. Came back
There
and finished the
are,
job. And Daniel
however, a
finished the
number
job.
of concerning factors that remain. With your help, I'm sure we can resolve them.
Time is of the essence, so I suggest we continue this discussion as we make our way to the brands.
I could do this fate for absolutely no reason. Monstrous rock roll and no one's around to hear them. Do they make a sound? Something to ponder while you take them down. Well, if I wanted to. You know what? Let's do it for fun. I should really do more of the... There's a lot of things you can do to customize your chocobo, and I just haven't done much of it. Oh right, I don't have the final move yet. Right, when level sync, do lose any skills that aren't tied to your current level. Probably should be doing more fates just to unlock the riding map, the thing that increases your mount speed in these areas. And And there we are. Reaper's a lot of fun, but you technically don't get your Enshroud the super mode until level 80, and the job starts at 70, so you don't even get the part that makes it the most fun until weighs in. But that's why I tried to grind it really quickly to do it for the story, including on stream. One night. Shola hath done well, devise a steal in such a short time. 'Tis a testament to her ingenuity in times of need. This seal we mean direct. I assume it won't hinder a half-void sent like me from going the other direction. How you fare with the preparations will... This is one of the brands that once imprisoned Zodiac. Were I to describe it to my comrades back home, I doubt I could do it justice. Now then, to the matter at hand. With the Watcher's assistance, we shall reforge each brand and use them to erect a barrier capable of repelling void scent. Yet, though we expect it to be effective against larger beings, there's a chance on account of its original purpose, there's a chance it'll allow lesser void scent to slip through. Therefore, we'll require a second line of defense, and I believe Laporte's supporters will be suitable for this purpose. Huron, J, Coda, the two of you have support strong Rapart with our lunar allies. We'll have you meet with Living Way and Best Ways to provide any assistance they require. I'll join you. As a void scent, my knowledge may be of use. Excellent idea. In the meantime, the rest of us shall be reforging the brands. I'll send word finished. They do the same. Yeah, Living Way is the leader of the Moon Rabbits. Living Way, I trust thou hast been well. What are these things? There you are, Shola me of your present undertaking. I understand that she wishes to deploy pride and joy, the veritable carrots of our eye, our unrivaled combat supporters, as a precautionary measure in case the void sim containment seal of hers proves lacking. As we speak, my fellows are rounding up what units they can and bringing them to the east corner in short order. Please wait here. Despite their bestial appearance, these creatures are highly intelligent, and much like you and yours, they pleasure in helping others. Ever grateful I am for the Laporte's irrepressible compulsion to help.
Dreadfully sorry to have kept you all waiting. Hello there, friends. A new person. Heard there was a bit of a rush, so we gathered what combat-ready supporters we had available.
A welcome contribution. Thine initiative never ceaseth to amaze.
Oh, stop! You're making me blush! Though we have fulfilled the purpose given to us by Heidelin, aiding the people of Aetheris remains our greatest joy. So you can count on us, ever and always. Right, so, we originally deployed these supporters to patrol the moon and keep it safe. They've never tussled with Void Scent before, but with sufficient data, they ought to hold their own against the ghastly fiends. Practical, tactical data acquired in the moment, and who better to give the supporters an educational thrashing than the champion of Aetheris?
I believe I would make a better instructor. Not only have I fought Voidsent, I am one.
I love it. Machines got scared.
Whoa, don't just stand there. Engage! 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 Engage!
That'll do, that'll do! A defeat bitterer than the bitterest carrot. Using this experience, we must enhance the supporters and turn them into void-sent slaughterbots! Indeed. Right after we've managed to put the poor dears back together.
Pray forgive our comrade's enthusiasm. May I inquire as to how long the repairs will take?
On an ordinary day, I'd say no less than 5 carrots briskly consumed. But if you were to provide us with encouragement, we just might be able to do it in 2.
This I leave to you.
The eyes twinkle with anticipation, and they yearn for you to rally their spirits. I wonder if these creatures once also existed on the Void's moon. But even if they did, they'd be all Void sent by now. Though I fear my laudations will leave them wanting, I shall do mine utmost to rally them. To be clear, we always do everything within our power to aid the people with theories. I'm sure you'll agree, though, it doesn't always hurt to have a little encouragement. Leaping way. What? Engage, engage! Oh, sorry, in the midst of forgive me, the slight precision parts are soothing me to sleep, inducing me to have to keep moving. What a marvelous feeling. There's nothing like the wild gesticulations of encouragement to fire you up. Never fear, we shall ensure the supporters are ready. Void sent. If any seems struggle, we'll rally them, or at least we would. There's enough to demonstrate. A wing way. Singing way. Oh, thank you very much. You don't know how uplifting it is. Ever encourage us. In fact, showing us proper technique could keep our supporters at efficiency. With you cheering me on, I could do not less than my very best. My, everyone's in high spirits indeed. Thanks to your encouragement, we'll have them up and running in no time at all. Pray attend to remaining busy work and leave the deployment of the new improved voice and slaughter bots to us.
Can you hear me? We've just finished restoring the brands. Let us reconvene once you've finished tending to matters there. The culmination of our efforts is nigh.
Stola, was it? The brands are ready, I presume. Excellent. With the Loporrits having deployed their supporters, we are ready to proceed. Let's rejoin Shola Posace and prise open the gates unto the void. This will be a bit easier. If I'm not too tired, I might even do the Loporrit tribal quest after. Once I finish the main story beats here. Not sure why, but the grinding of reputation... Well, an MMO grind in general always feels strangely satisfying. Not sure how to describe it. But the grind of mobile games just don't really compare, even though I've streamed those more than a few times here on my own, here myself. I'm not sure how to describe... I'm not sure how to explain the difference, or I'm not sure if I even understand it myself. Sustaining keeping us safe. We're able to finish the brands without incident. Some manner of Cactar attempted to make mischief, but no one came to harm. How did you fare? Zit. I've duly informed Stoll of our task's completion. While you attend matters of the 13th, I shall remain here and ensure the integrity of the gate and seal both. My thanks for seeing the supports. With all this, readiness for the ritual. First, I shall give the order to Alphino and Alice to channel the ether. Once we have a sufficient amount of energy, Euronja and I shall begin our incantations, open the void gate. If all goes well, a tear will form in the fabric of reality, at which point you must activate the brands and place the containment seal. That's all. If there are no questions, then let us begin.
Apologies for the wait. The preparations here are finally complete.
Excellent. The Tower 2 is activated, but give the word and we will begin channeling the ether.
Very well then. Make it so.
The moment of truth.
By the sisters!
Oriange, commence your invocations. 'Tis time to open our gate. A tear is beginning to form. Quickly, activate the brands.
Got it.
Success. The gate is open, and the seal appears to be in place.
Let's see how well it holds.
seals were made to hold Zodiark, but the ones that are too weak, it might be not be able to do too much with.
What an enormous gate! Lord Golbez will be eager to hear of this.
Inquisitive Void Scent.
So this is the promised land. The land of boundless ether.
It's a weak
I
one.
dare say the seal doth serve its purpose.
It was just a scout, apparently.
I see all proceedeth apace. Remarkable.
Indeed. Just this moment, a void scent emerged from the gate, by which we may safely assume it leads to the 13th.
It's incredible, Ishtola. Truly incredible. Oh, what an honor it is to have been part of this historic achievement.
A part is an understatement. None of this would have been possible without you and yours. Our success has also served to solidify our understanding of cross-rift travel.
She intends to go back
The
to the first
Ascians
dimension.
rejoined reflections to the source by instigating elemental imbalances. These imbalances weakened the barrier between realities, causing the ether of a reflection to flood the source. But why is it that reflections are predisposed to rejoin the source? Why have they never merged with one another?
Thou art suggesting there is a unique property inherent to the source, one responsible for such an outcome.
Yeah.
I am. 'Tis my conclusion that, as the point of origin for the reflections, the source has an innate pull over them. Hydaelyn, I believe, sought to suppress that pull, which is why she was created with the power of light, of stasis. Meanwhile, the power of darkness, of activity, reigns in the void. Hydaelyn's influence would naturally be weaker, and this manifested in the form of planar fissures. Working with this hypothesis, I set my sights upon where the pull was assessed to be strongest, and through our combined efforts, we succeeded in opening a gate to the void. Now, I must stress, it was because we sought the void that we succeeded. Pleased though I am to have my theory proven, the secrets of travel to other reflections still elude us.
I see. So because Zodiark was held here for so long as a natural point of weakness since, he was the power of darkness, the opposite to Hydaelyn. So this is a special circumstance.
Even so, in the reality that lies beyond the 8th umbral calamity, there are those who found a way to reach the first. I will not rest until I do the same.
One step closer to fulfilling your dream, eh?
Just a step. Many more remain to be taken. Which further motivates me to forestall a void-sent invasion. So come, let us set forth, to find Ashdaya and put an end to Golbez's plot.
Sounds good to me.
Climb upon my back. I shall take us to the gate.
As we did discuss prior, I shall see the alchemists safely home, Then, together with the loporrits, maintain vigil over the gate.
May the sisters watch over and keep you safe.
Unto the void once more.
Oh. Seems the Zodiac Seal even worked against the weak ones, which is good. Because you did bring up a good point. Be ironic if we end up failing, not because the Void Sin coming through too strong, because they're too weak for the barrier to stop. This appears to be a moon of some description, or at the very least, not the same world we found ourselves in last time.
This is the moon of the 13th.
I hope so. Either that, or we're going to have a very long trip ahead of us.
It is. Ever since the flood, it has been a sanguinary orb in the sky.
Sanguinary. The red.
No void scent. A rather more subdued reception than I had anticipated.
Especially since one already tried to come through, and it was just a scout.
Unsurprising, given how jealously Golbez conceals the location of his domain. Still, we must remain on guard. One of his minions came through the gate, after all, and more may lie in wait.
I do not sense my sister. Where could she be? Where?
There are many things that could explain.
Steady, Vritra. We've barely arrived. Let us explore our surrounds before drawing conclusions.
Yes, thou art right. I shall survey the moon from above. The ground I leave to you all.
The red side of the moon. Mount is unavailable in this location. And yes, don't think I haven't noticed that this is the moon theme from Final Fantasy IV. There's absolutely no way I would not recognize this theme. My lance will be ready should any more of Golbez's pawns appear. The surface of the moon is a grim shade of crimson, a consequence of the flood of darkness, perhaps? The The red moon. No matter how hard you strain your eyes, you spy no signs of life in all directions. Extends a desolate wasteland without end. You hold your breath and attempt to catch the faintest noise, save for the sounds of your comrades. There is absolutely nothing. So far, you failed to find any clues as Jediah's whereabouts. Perhaps Zero has noticed something you missed. Oh my. I noticed that's the edge of the map. There's certainly something down there, isn't there? But what?
The chasm has caught your attention as well.
Yeah, a bit hard to ignore, that's for sure.
There's some manner of structure below. Worth a look, wouldn't you say?
I'd certainly say so. And I must say, the music here certainly isn't helping. Even in the original Final Fantasy IV, it was always a really weird theme of sorts, I guess to reflect the alien landscape. And even with this remix making it sound a bit more smooth, I guess, for lack of a better term, it still sounds alien, I guess. Like I said. So I'm going with what I said before because I can't think of any better way to describe it.
I too sense something here. This pit much resembles the cradle of darkness on our moon, where Zodiac was once imprisoned. If this place serves the same function, then a fragment of his power must have been sealed in the depths. Strange, though. When Zodiac perished in the Source, I presumed that every aspect of him was thus unmade, and his power scattered. But it's unmistakable. The darkness that permeates this abyss. Could a trace of him yet remain? Or is it something else?
Well, if anything's left, I don't see no reason not to just finish off. I was able to beat the big one. I should be able to take an aspect of him.
I hear thee, sister. I hear thee.
Oh no, hold on, Vitra. It could be a trap. Could be a trick. Could be an ambush.
Climb on, my friends. Astaya is here, within this chasm.
Alright, let's hurry. If he went to grab us, then he's not acting too rashly. My concern was he might have flown in before grabbing us. It is I, Vitra. I've come to rescue thee. The dragon language is an actual language they have written out, although I didn't bother to learn it, if we're honest. But luckily, I've got the universal translator ability.
You were entrusted with Ajdaya's eye, were you not?
Oh, thanks for reminding me. Should be able to. This might help to some degree. Hopefully, this will help. Just a little. She's likely too weak to break out of the prison, so we'll have to break her out. Time for a good old-fashioned prison break.
Cool on. Oh,
Vitra,
Lakum Urta.
wherefore art thou here? Oh, thank goodness. Tis thee, dear sister, truly thee. How long have I dreamed of this moment? What, that I could have found thee sooner, but I'm here at last. Let us return home, together. The thought filleth me with joy, but I fear it cannot be. Not even with a dragon's might can these chains be broken. For they are forged with the very will of a man named Golbez. Alright, well, I guess this problem has a very easy solution. Kick Golbez's ass, make him lose his will.
So this is indeed Golbez's domain.
Thou keepest company with mortals. I do, they are my stalwart allies, without whom I could not have come this far.
Cease?
Is that so? Then much time hath passed indeed. It doth feel like only yesterday we were fighting the Void-sent hordes the men of Alec had unleashed on Mercidia. Desperate to save Tiamat, I flew into the lightless world to strike at the heart of the cloud of darkness's forces. But the Void-sent I slew returned again and again and again. Before I knew it, the rift between worlds has closed. I was stranded, bereft of strength. Oh yeah, because she didn't realize that in this world, death has no meaning. Thou did say the lives of full many, sister. Today we abide in harmony with men, working side by side, and forging enduring bonds. Indeed, in the course of searching for thee, I crossed paths with many noble mortal, with whom I built a nation of rich diversity. To thee I would show it, my beautiful Razathan. I shall not rest until thou art free. When Golbez found me collapsed, the darkness ravaging my wounds, he spoke and said, "'Tis a matter of time before you turn, but I have the power to stop it." And he did, for a price. I would remain myself, but bound, an everlasting feast for his minions, who supped upon my ether over thousands of years.
What now, then? Does this great worm intend to remain a captive meal for all eternity, not daring to test her chains?
If such is thine attempted encouragement, mortal thou, then thou is as graceless as Nidhogg. Ooh. 'Twas Golbez who did weave the spell, and so his defeat would serve to unravel it. Would it suffice as a show of spirit were I to reveal what I know of the villain? Well, that would make this a lot easier, yes.
Now there's a start. So, what can you tell us?
Mayhap in order to sustain the magic, he cannot travel far from this place. He doth prefer to send minions to carry out his will, but on occasion will himself ascend to the moon's surface, and every time, without fail, he will visit the same location to the south. Something of import lieth there, no doubt.
Well, you heard her. Shall we look into this spot near and dear to our enemy's heart?
Knowing his heart might even give us an edge to figure out what we can do here. I doubt we could simply talk him down, but I suppose a knowing motivation would be nice, knowing what's going on. Abyssal Dark. Zero would begin the hunt for Golbez. The others have begun searching for clues. Let us do the same. I'll take charge of this area. You see the south. Nothing here. After the south, then. Okay, yeah, they're clearly pushing me southward. Probably leave Zero the Third off here since, yeah, my chat block off since no one's gonna be talking here. And the active guild hours aren't open. I could not discern a structure of any kind from above. Whatever this place or object might be, Golbez hath hidden it well. Ah, perhaps a grave of some sort. If that's the case, how did someone die here in the first? The 13th, I mean. A glint from beneath the rock catches your eye. That's why Vitra couldn't see it, because
Did
it's
you find
just
something?
from above. It would seem like just another rock. A crystal.
A memoria. But whose?
Ah. Okay, alright. Using my power to view into the past. The ones she failed to stop, it seems they were able to stop instead. Or perhaps the different... There's more than 3, that's for sure.
You have lied, pillaged, and murdered.
Durante is his name.
Have you anything to say in your defense?
No. Every one of them got what they deserved. Trusting fools. Like you would-be heroes. Aye. You do well to keep a close eye on each other. It always ends the same way. A knife in the back. And better to have the handle towards your hand. You'll see! Oh, yes. You will.
I guess even Golbez can't bear to watch. In death may your soul find salvation.
I can't bring myself to pray for the unrepentant. You're a nobler man than I.
Come now, we're all shaped by these dark times more than we would care to admit. I choose to believe that, had these men known peace and plenty, they would not have been consumed by mistrust and avarice.
Victims of the Contra Memoria, then.
like so many others. But we will end it.
Yeah, not to forgive them for what they've done, but yeah, you have to remember focus on the root of the problem sometimes. And the Contra Memoria are most certainly,
Thank you. I shudder to imagine what might have happened if you hadn't dealt with the Dark Ones.
who's that?
Oh, her? She's like you, I hear. Hunts Memoriates taken by darkness.
Well, well, a kindred spirit. Perhaps we will finally have a new comrade.
I was seeing with Zero, or whatever her previous name was, since she had been without one for ages.
No. I've no interest in working with others. Much less someone who looks as suspicious as you.
It's a lot earlier in the timeline. Is that so?
If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way.
Even when we share the same goal, we can't overcome the mistrust. Such is the way of things, the wisdom of our era.
Only a precious few Memoriates remain who cling to the light. Would that we could have won her over.
We'll make do, old friend. We have accomplished much already, and another person may well have been more of a hindrance than help.
That sounds like a coping statement, but whatever.
Now then, our work here is finished. His Majesty has summoned us, so let us not delay. To Baron.
Had another vision of the past, did you?
Indeed. Definitely one of my better talents.
What? I was in it. It's them. The pair I met in that village. Which means the one sealed in this memoria is...
Is there a way to undo it?
So, you have come. You, who would oppose our crusade.
By the way, Golbez, nice job breaking stereotypes being a mage in full armor. Not sure how practical it is, but you know. It's nice to break the theme sometimes. Yeah, I think we all figured out that it was him right away, but...
I know you.
Is that so? From the world before, I dare say. 'Tis impressive enough that you have managed to retain your mortal form, but to remember your past besides. But that is of no moment. You are the Memoriat who vanquished my minions. Correct.
And what if I am?
Then I would bid you join me. As a child of our world and slave to the wheel, fight with me for the salvation of all our souls.
Fight with you. More like fight as your pawn. It isn't me you want, but my power. And if I don't obey, you'll bind me like you bound that dragon. But no more. I refuse to be bound ever again. I fight only for myself, and for those in whom I trust. My friends.
I see. A pity. It is for the dragon that you have come, yes? When first you appeared, I thought simply to remove a threat to our plan. Never did I imagine that you would reach this place and gift me a golden opportunity.
Speak plainly, jailer.
Long as it has been imprisoned, this dragon has grown feeble and weak, its spirit extinguished. Your coming has served to rekindle her forgotten hope. Her yearning to be free, to return home. That is the key to our deliverance.
He just broke it? Zdaya, no!
The darkness is ravaging her. She's becoming a void scent.
Archer! Smash!
Vitra, thou must flee!
Rise, O shadow dragon, and obey.
Should know. Yeah, the Shadow Dragon we fight him in Final Fantasy IV too. Please. With how weak she was at transformation, it's likely Vitra could easily defeat her, but yeah, Stinian with me.
Keep our guests occupied.
I risk killing.
Save her. I beg thee. Save my sister.
We know how to cure ether corruption. It should work. It might work. But what matters most of all is we need to stop Golbez himself.
Before darkness swallowed the world, I fought tirelessly in a war without end. The experience taught me to discern the strong, that dragon, and you.
See, you wish to face me.
Come. Face me.
I'll deal with you, and then I'll free Ajhdaya. Stone of Azam.
Accursed light. You, who have ever basked in its warmth, could never understand our envy, our agony. You will not deny us our release.
The Void casts die. Oh, I get a dice. Trials, the Void casts dice. This might take a bit. So, Golbez, this might take a bit. Want to talk about something? You know what, I'll be back. It's gonna take a while for me to grab our buddies here. You know, I guess we'll do the loporrit's quest while we wait. I believe I should be at a point where Yes, I'm ready for a level up, actually. Oh, perfect timing, then. Sure. Now let's mend real quick. Nice having a convenient spot here. Now I need to... There's a bit of a trick here. To jumpstart. Stop the music. I have no idea how a culinarian of all people is able to create materials for the building quest, but I guess that's why it's generic, so that any crafting job can do it. Gee. Actually, I should probably just do these quests first, but not turn them in. The trick is after you do a, after you level up your reputation with one of the tribal quests, you will, sorry. Alright, let me get my train of thought here. After you level up your reputation level, you get another set of 3 quests as if the day had reset, even when it has not. So basically, if you want to jumpstart your reputation grinding, you want to get 3 prepped after your after you fill up the meter, do the quest, and then finish it off. Because once I complete that story quest, I'll get 3 more that I can do. And that's also generally what I was taking into account when I said it takes about a month to complete one of these reputation quests. Coin manufacturing. Oh, that's gathering this. And these quests are basically just this right now. They're all level 1s, so they're not gonna be too harrowing. I guess next up I need to start getting all the mounts from Stormblood. I believe the reward for that is a 9-tailed fox mount, which, to the surprise of absolutely no one, is an extremely popular one. Gee, can't imagine why. Piping way. I'm not reading out the... Sorry for not reading out the daily quests here, but... Let's see here. Instrument repair. They're basically just maintenance items and stuff like that, so it's nothing too major. Why settle for humming when you could be piping? Beautiful. Some wonderful instruments, not to mention music. Like these marvel components to the engineers. Thank you so much for lending a paw, and do give Manjing Wei my regards. $10, oh my. Well, I guess this isn't exactly peak hours, is it? Oh well. Well, that's why I wanted to take the time to get some of these quests done. It takes a bit of time. Come to help me? Oh, no. Still so many pieces I must make. Delp parts. Could you make some of these? I have plenty of supplies if you need them. Next, I need spare audio parts. I don't really interact with crafting beyond just, you know, quests, like the probable quests like this, but it's got its own it's got its own progressions and unlocks and even own stories, if we're honest here. So there's definitely a lot to go if you'd like to go that route. 1.0 actually even let you start as a crafting quest, but the problem with that is, well, a lot of the early stuff had you to deal with fights, so you just had some generic attack, I guess. It just wasn't very conductive. That's why you have to do the main story as a battle job. By all means, craft as much as you want, but you do need to have at least one combat job to unlock all the areas, because a lot of them are locked behind main story quest completion. Incredible machines. Our musicking stations are rousing success. I must admit I understand less than half what Coiningway says about the circulation of carrots, but they seem pleased with the shopping station results as well. I do wish we had more dreams on offer, however. This can't possibly be enough to satisfy every loporrit's needs. Dreams, passion, ingenuity. I believe I know a loporrit who can help. A loporrit? The vision? Nay, a dream? Just so. She knows fixing all magic things, whether they need or not. We may have some difficulty convincing her to set up a station here, however. Surely we can convince her. What's her name? Preparing way. She's rather fixated on the machines of the greatest ends Vale as of late, so I shouldn't be surprised to find her there. In that case, let's sally forth. And by us, of course, mean you and me, Coda. We require your powers of persuasion as always. One of these quests is literally just crafting signed memorabilia of your own self, since, well, obviously your autograph is in rather high demand. I genuinely have known nothing about the fight against Golbez here. Although I am surprised we're fighting him already, since we still have a .5 patch to go. There is a .55 patch that does get stories, additional stuff, but it's usually just wrapping things up and preparing for the expansion. Preparing way, dreaming way. Oh, that was one dilapidated supporter. We must have found the right loporrit. Pardon me, are you repairing way? That I am, and you are? Dreaming way. This is the illustrious Coda. We're here to invite you to join a project of utmost support. Oh, and what that be? Yes, I can see why that's a problem that sorely needs fixing. I can't reach half the mechanism Best Ways borrow from melancholy Laportes without draping themselves about. Even so, my paws are quite full, I'm afraid. Should I be derelict in my repair duties, we'll be even shorter on supporters than we already are, and the moon will go flying off in the great expanse, and then where would we be? The great expanse, I suppose. A good point. I hate to inconvenience everyone by hurling us out into the cosmos. I can recommend someone with similar talents, however. His name is Inventing Way, and he's quite mechanically inclined. Think he'd be willing to assist? Oh my, yes, he's been more than happy to help in the past. I would call upon him more often, in fact, if only his repairs weren't so, experimental. In any case, you'll need only say your project will allow him to work with machines, and he will doubtless agree with any further consolation. I'm certain he'll be happier experimenting freely in your workshop than operating within the confines out of practicality out there. Why, just the other day I asked him to repair one of our carrot creation stations. Next I knew, the thing sprouted limbs and was dancing about to improve Spinkler. How should he? Oops, must have bumped the mic there. He certainly sounds like my kind of Lepore. Do you know where we might find him now? North of here, perhaps? I've noticed he enjoys gazing upon the machinery he considers next to his harebrained schematic. Oh, thank you ever so much for your assistance. Best of luck with repairs. Ah, perfect. Oh, I probably shouldn't have stayed right next to an enemy there. If it had hit me, I'd die in one hit because, as you notice, you have no combat capabilities whatsoever. Well, technically you have an auto attack, but yeah. Come on, healer. We need to call in Healing Way. They probably have a medic that's Healing Way. Sigh. It wouldn't be that easy, would it? Inventing Way. A potential client. Be calm, Inventing Way. Temper enthusiasm. Temperate, wheeze. Aiming way. I wish dearly to build good relationships with the people of Aetheri. Specifically, it's come to my attention there's some weird stuff on other stars. That's the sound they made in Final Fantasy IV, that little tune. Although, they were naming way rabbits. Rather, naming way was a recurring character that allowed you to change your character's names if you didn't want to use the default ones. And later on the moon, you discover a bunch of naming way rabbits. Although, for the record, I genuinely did not know naming way was a rabbit until, like, years, possibly even decades later, because, well, Final Fantasy IV's resolution back then wasn't exactly great. So, it looked particularly rabbit-like. Guess I have time to do this, and if it pops... This shouldn't be too long of a cutscene, I don't think. Well, Matt, are you inventing way? Who's asking? That is to say, how may I help you? Ah. A repairing way told us you might be willing to help us in Hopper's Hold. You see... It's gonna have to be a time skip because there's a lot to explain. Sweet Mother Heidelin, I thought you were here with a repair job. You're saying I can make any machine I dream up? Well, essentially, yes. Anything I can dream of, huh? It's the greatest day of my life! That's to say, I'd be delighted to join you. I enjoy working machines a normal amount. It was I who invented the supporters, in fact. Granted, I didn't anticipate your people would turn out to be so small, which results in them identified as unauthorized organism, initiating their murderous rampage sequences. But I wanted to fix that. If I'd been given the chance, I know I could have. Project management, though, wanted to go another way. Repairing ways offered a few odd jobs to keep me occupied while looking for a new role, but I think my innovative take on the carrot cultivation may have been the last straw. Just to say, I'm truly grateful for a position where I can be myself. How can I possibly thank you? Dreamy Wen. Thanks, necessary. I can only hope you do your best to share your dream with our fellow loporrits. Bet I will. I'll share like no one's ever shared before. Then they'll see. They'll all see. That's to say, I look forward to working with you. I have a number of large projects in mind, so I may bring along a few friends with time on their paws. Gasp, no. Where am I gonna find a pneumatic saw? All my best tools are appropriated when I was dismissed from my position. Why don't you come back and we can discuss with Managing Way? What a way of finding what we need. Oh, that's good, because I need a great many things. We'll be setting up a whole new station, so please come and find us when you have the chance. Yeah, I think it was a good idea so I did this quest, but sheesh. Yeah, I don't know what it is that makes an MMO grind feel more productive than a mobile game grind, because they both are time sinks if we're blunt. I mean, generally what you get, well, actually, I guess both from when I played this game and from when I played Warcraft a few years back, gave Warcraft a try a few years back, I should say, both of them ended up giving stuff like mini-pets, mounts, and various materials for reputation, so it's not like it's anything you can't live without, you know, but for some reason it just always felt more productive than mobile games and their grinding for materials, like in Arknights or FGO. Like I said, I don't know how to explain it, and I don't know... Well, you got me in terms of I don't even know if there even is a difference. It could just be that I've come from a background of MMOs, and so I naturally give them more leeway than mobile games, but at the same time, it's not like I hate mobile games or anything. I'm absolutely not one of those people who think mobile games are a lost cause. Greetings, if you require directions, speak with Dreaming Way. Today's automated generation... suggestion is crater sledding. Bugger me, and I thought it was this. I always thought this was a closet. It was going to be. Come back. As expected, Managing Way turned Inventing Way's request into a tidy and particular list. Popped off to oversee the procurement. He did mention something like you prepare. What was it again? Ah, yes, machine oil that passing reports will not mistake for a refreshing beverage. Seems simple enough. They even provided the materials for it. Okay, so making sure they don't mistake it for a beverage. If you run out of course, feel free to ask the Dreaming supporter for more. Machining supplies. Here we are. I think starting in the new sooner or later, the quests are going to start demanding I bring high quality items, though. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do those since it requires managing raising quality as well as progress, but I guess I can cross that bridge when I come to it. I do hope you enjoyed crafting those items. If you're satisfied with what you made, I can take them off your paws. Good heavens, such fine quality. Ever thought about changing your native crafting way? I'll you think about that while I get inventing ways set up. No doubt he's aching to astound us with his creations. See. Wow. Ah, the inventor's workshop is already up. Hope I didn't miss anything important when I accidentally hid the game capture instead of the chat block. They're right next to each other. I'm astounded, confounded, and almost astounded. Rest assured that this is merely the warm-up before the sprint. My mind races with ideas. They certainly are unique. Dare say even I would struggle to find a use for some of these, but we never specified you should do Oppa Live Your Dream. And it's only fair to rate your performance above average there. I'm pretty sure the shirt will eventually be one of the rewards from the... Here they come, my disciples. Gaze upon the machines, let inspiration flow through you. Welcome to Dreaming Workshop. If anyone want to try their paw at the dreams you have on display, please inquire about our free trials. Oh my, you're now useless machines. Is it not enough we have no use ourselves? Oh my, a red-eyed bunny. I thought loporrits were mostly Xeroxed into creation, photocopied. If I can use this ironic blade to demonstrate the depths of our relevance, my petition to reactivate the hibernation stations may at last be approved. Struggle to your heart's content, my friends. Show the meaning of futility. Who was that? Would Living Way know? She's effectively the leader of the loporrits. Someone who's not interested in the machining station, it seems, but we have plenty of loporrits who are, and that's what matters. If we continue to draw enthusiastic crowds each station we build, everyone will have a dream in their own no time. I'm not sure why I'm doing this. The Dreaming Workshop is now home to a brand new machining station and many technological wonders. There's much yet to be done, however, if each reports find new purpose, continue expanding the workshop to see what dreams can become. I did figure the Laportes might struggle to find purpose after, you know, the world never ended. Reputation up. To achieve trusted, you may raise their faith in you further by continuing to assist with the workshop. New daily quests are available as well. Furthermore, you can undertake 3 more. This is only home to the daily reset. These additional quests will come available after accepting current ones. Please advise you cannot these if you have no remaining allowances. You can have a winder. Coining selection from coining. Way to go. Yeah, I just need to turn these in. Here we are. Yeah, reputation, Laports. Excellent. Level up. Tribe and troop. Here we are. Tribe and true. Ways to begin frequenting dream. Element increase in traffic. More. Way. Sound. Task to provide observed information is known as Saving Way, and since awakening the dream of recording art of voices, that end, he's in the midst of developing a support with voice recording requested component. Craft these. I seriously can't believe one person forgetting to is causing me to wait twice as long for the whatever. Working on Saving Way's request, are you? Come the right way. What do you need? It's a liquid semiconductor. Here are the materials. Once the item is ready. Territorium. Audio recording component. Ooh, yeah, as I told you, this would eventually require high quality stuff. Audio recording. Let's see. There we are. If I need to, I'll do these quests off stream. After all, I got the part that mattered on stream. The Voidcast dies. That was the sword his friend had. Knight in Black. Golbez.
Expect no mercy. To destroy you, I shall bring my all to bear. Come, warriors from beyond the rift. If you would oppose our crusade, then come. But know that none shall deny us salvation. This place shall be your tomb. I will free us from the wheel.
Ow. Ah, that's like the Hades attack.
I will suffer no obstacles.
And I forgot my...
No matter the foe, I will stay the course. Let lightning surge!
Ah, it's following me, I see.
Such is your power. servant of shadow. With a bitter dark and hero blade, I bring my people liberation.
Here comes his ultimate. Oh no, he's just changing. Huh. Black Fang.
Dragon,
As Daya's shadow.
my meteors will extinguish your light. A raging gale to rend you asunder.
Void Stardust. Okay, I know what's gonna happen. They're gonna crisscross.
You wretch!
As Daya's shadow.
Let lightning surge! A raging gale to rend you asunder.
Yeah, that's gonna kill me. No good.
Dragon, hear me and obey. Look to the heavens for your doom. Where my rime-kissed blades. This place shall be your tomb. Render unto me your all. tears will extinguish your light. Come forth, my servant of
The
shadow.
end. The end.
Let lightning surge. A raging gale to rend you asunder. Be gone!
Damn it. Well, this team carried me to victory. Uh,
My power. Even my blade. So, this is the limit of my defiance.
I was probably a bit quicker to use the LB3 than I should have, but at the same time, well, it's not exactly release week. Teams by and large is doing well, and plus I really don't like it when people just don't use the limit break. We should really, it's really best used.
Are you alright?
Sure, it could blame me if we wipe, but then again, if we wiped, it's not just my fault now, is it? At least for that particular. Oh,
What's happening?
is the moon falling apart? Crap, I forgot about this.
At last, the moment is at hand. You may have bested me, but not quickly enough. Too late will you look to the chasm. You've won the battle, but I win the war.
Stop this. I beg of thee, let her go.
Darkness made manifest once abided in the depths of this abyss, until one day it dispersed in a haze of ether. In the absence of the great flow, that ether has nowhere to return. And so it has coalesced, giving rise to a mighty void scent. Now feast. Feast upon this dragon and its ardent longing for home with it. From the convergence of ancient and newborn, an entity without equal shall emerge, one who shall tear down the barrier between worlds. Upon you, who shall deliver us from eternal damnation, I bestow the name of a hero of Eld.
Of course, I think I know what that name is.
Zeromus, awaken!
No matter how powerful, a void scent can be sealed in Memoria.
Interesting, it absorbed the Memoria.
It's too strong.
It could probably be sealed if we had someone strong enough to seal it, but I guess Zero's not strong enough for it.
Our warding scales may not hold. Not against a void scent born of Zodiac's ether.
We must retreat. Everyone to me.
Well, they skipped the Zemus stage at least, and I'll return, sister, and I will save thee. This I swear. Interesting, he absorbed the Memoria with Golbez's friend. And as with the Zodiark, he's gonna need a core. Does that mean perhaps his buddy will end up with a new core? See you, Golbez. Are we all unharmed? We may back safely at least. Zeromus. The Dark Throne. Ishtola is relieved to be back at the source. In light of this development, that we escape with our lives is an accomplishment unto itself. Would that we could have anticipated, and as Daya's yearning to return home could be manipulated in such a fashion. Alas, we must now contend with the newborn void sent hell's bent on breaching the rift. And one with such prodigious strength, Zeromus is unlike anything I've ever seen. So named for an ancient hero, as Golbez said, though none can say if there's even a sliver of truth to the legends. Perhaps Golbez chose it in the hopes that his champion will do that which no one could do in Contra Moria, save the world. A true hero would not damn another world to save his own. And we're not about to let that happen, but regardless, we need to regroup. Aye, loath as I am to admit it, we are in no state to face a void sent of Zeromus' might. Beecher not least of all, in body and mind both. For now, let's return to Razat Han and take stock of the situation. Very, very well. But to my trouble, you'd had Bestway's burrow and appraise your own Jay of the situation. The rest of us shall tend to Vitro's wounds for returning to Razat Han. Play return there anon. Interesting. Dire the circumstances may seem, Vitro must keep the faith, for despite Golbez's claim, there is a war to fight. A war we must win. Yeah, I think I'm just going to do the crafting ones off stream after I end for the night. It's not a big deal. In fact, like I said, there's a strange, how do I put it? I honestly don't know how to word it, actually. It's just, a strange yet satisfying, yes. Like, like I said, it's not the grind itself that's entertaining. The grind is absolutely, repetitive and dull, but I don't know, I guess there's a satisfaction working towards a bigger thing. I believe your Jay is gonna be here. Ah, Coda, thou art returned. I'm pleased to say it hath been blessedly uneventful in your absence, but more importantly, what of your mission to the Void? Sit down, shit hit the fan pretty badly. Heavens forfend, that as Dia should be used birth of dread voice and void of Zodiark's residual ether. Though we could not have predicted this outcome, there is but one small mercy, the Void Sent Containment Seal. As we employ the selfsame brands that once imprisoned Zodiark, the seal should serve to hinder Zeromus. Yet for how long none can say, for our enemy's strength is unknowable, whilst the barrier was erected in quite haste. So yeah, the barrier's likely not properly as strong as it was when it held Zodiark. But the fact it was designed to hold an enemy of that caliber of power means it should be able to stop Zeromus for a time at least. Thou shalt rejoin our comrades anon to deliberate measures, yes? Then I shall remain here, maintain my vigil over the seal. Should we observe signs of an impending incursion, rest assured I shall send word without delay. Go well, my friend. Concern yourself not with matters here. Praise Razat Han where thou art needed. Yum. What am I doing? Megaduda, I can teleport from here directly. Accommodating official. How fitting that it's raining now. Ah, Mr. Coda, we've been expecting you. When the Satrap and your comrades returned earlier, I couldn't help but notice they were in low spirits. I hope it's nothing too serious. But forgive me, you must be eager to join them. If you would follow me. Yes, please. Well, we might be able to
Do
save
you
her.
remember Ciriato and Farfarello? The cowardly pair of Voidsent that dwelled in my domain?
Vaguely, maybe. Not really. I'd have to go back to the VODs.
Ciriato devoured Farfarello, and in so doing he inherited an all-consuming fear of Barbaricia. For as you know,
Right,
when a Voidsent
Barbaricia.
is devoured, it doesn't simply cease to be. Its soul persists within the devourer.
Okay, I needed a recap on that. I
And when
appreciate
a
that.
Voidsent dies, all the souls that harbored may break free to become individual entities once more.
Ah, so what you're saying is...
That is to say, by defeating Zeromus, we may yet save Ashdaya. And to make certain that we do, we must remind her of who she is. When the time comes, you must call to her. Call with all your being.
Thy words give me heart, Zero. Thou hast my gratitude.
Then it's settled. Our objective is to defeat Zeromus.
Managed to beat Zodiac. I should be able to
While
figure
it
something
is
out here.
unsettling that a void scent could be born of Zodiac's ether, its very nature may render it susceptible to the brands that once contained him. Did Urianger have aught to say?
It should work for a time, but it
I
not hold
see.
given him.
If the seal may not hold for long, then haste is paramount.
Couldn't we just let it come to the source and strike it down here?
Doing so would consign Ajdaya's soul to the ethereal sea. Any attempt to ensure her survival demands that we deal with Zeromus in the 13th.
I could barely go near it. Never mind land a blow. So thick was the shroud of darkness. How do you propose we fight such a foe?
Simple. Against impenetrable darkness, we must wield resplendent light. And it just so happens, there is a world replete with light.
First, we've been reversing the wave of light,
The
but it's very
question of how we
slow.
will harness that light, you may leave to me. With our recent discoveries and proven techniques, as well as the aid of comrades near and far, I have faith that we will find a way. But only if I begin my work at once. Rest up while you can, for there will be much to do when I return.
It wouldn't do to be idle while our esteemed sorceress labors tirelessly. I shall be training if you have need of me.
Wait. Allow me to join you. I must become stronger for what lies ahead.
Fine by me. Come on then.
I shall do the same. I shall grind tomestones and upgrade my gear
I
so that
shall
I
not
can
pass
power
my
level.
time wallowing in despair. Using my vessel, I shall attend what preparations I may.
Asdai is my sister, and long have I dreamed of saving her, but if I am to do so, I must be better than I have been. Blessed though I am to have you and your comrades, I cannot well ask you to lift me up every time doubt and despair creep into my heart. I won't falter again, this I swear. I hold fast to my conviction, Coda. I pray you will stand with me to the last. Meanwhile, on the moon of the 13th,
Zeromus is risen, but not yet at full strength. It will take time before the fiend is able to breach the veil. But what is another moment on this long journey I have endured? It remains as fresh as if it were yesterday. Old friend, the memory of your passing and the pain.
so it wasn't, okay, so it wasn't, the guy whose name starts with D that was, it was his buddy. That's, we saw it through his eyes because we held his crystal. So it wasn't the mage picking up the knight's sword, it was the knight picking up the mage's magic armor.
As I promised you then, I promise you now. They shall sing of Golbez, the hero who shattered the wheel and brought salvation to the world.
Should have realized that the moment and he looked more like the from light's embrace to shadow's deep, a world to save, an oath to keep. You win or you dies. I'll hold back to best way since I'll do that as soon as the stream ends. But yeah, I guess that's gonna be all. Phew. That was a bit longer than expected. I mean, even without the long wait for the whole thing, that still was... Even without the long wait for my queue time, that was still a decent amount of, what's it called? Yeah, even without the wait time for the queue, that was still about 4 hours worth of story. Dang. But it was pretty interesting, and I should have... Yeah. I figured as soon as, we were facing... As soon as Golbez and his minions were taken out early, I thought, wait, we still need one more for the 0.5 patch. Ah, that's right. I guess they decided to skip the... They also skipped his... No, that's... Yeah, they also... No, yeah, they did. They skipped the Zemus phase, the humanoid form Zeromus had before being unleashed. But I guess that's going to be all for now. And with that, I believe I'm completely caught up on the main story, but there's still a few things left to do before I just go back to the usual grind in this game. So until then, thank you for watching, hope you had a good time, I'll see you later.